Welcome to the Bank of Namibia seminar, Mapping Namibia's Post-COVID-19 Economic Recovery. The Bank of Namibia, as part of its efforts to continue to contribute to the restoration of the economy and sustainable economic development, is hosting this half-day seminar on mapping Namibia's post-COVID economic recovery. This seminar, as you have seen, is bringing together policymakers, business leaders, politicians, business experts, professionals from local and international organizations, and the academia to discuss and make recommendations on a wide range of issues that are relevant to the country's developmental agenda and aspirations. This seminar provides a high-level analysis of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the Namibian economy, as well as to examine the unique challenges faced by various sectors and businesses. It will lay out strategies to address these challenges so that we enhance economic recovery. The seminar will outline specific evidence-based solutions for reviving Namibia's economy in the short to medium term. We'll conclude the seminar with a panel discussion with the goal of developing a consensus on reviving the economy as well as long-term economic development strategies for Namibia. Welcome to this incisive and welcomed contribution to Namibia's journey towards full economic recovery. My name is Kadembire Dembruka from the Strategic Communications Department of the bank, and I'll be facilitating this seminar. Our special thanks goes to those that are joining us on the virtual platforms and our social media platforms as well. Some housekeeping issues. Please do keep your mask on. Yes, please do keep them on. The chairs have been arranged in such a way that we can be compliant with social distancing. On your tables, you have the program, as well as evaluation forms that we have made available. And we want your feedback. Please rate our presenters, the facilities that we have on offer, as well as provide some suggestions on how we can improve on these dialogues that are hosted by the central bank. With those housekeeping issues out of the way, let me now invite the Governor of the Bank of Namibia, Mr. Johannes Kavachab, to provide his opening remarks and to officially open our session. Governor, the floor is yours.
Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Deputy Governors of the Bank, Board Members of the Bank, leaders of political parties, colleagues from the trade union fraternity, captains of industry, esteemed representatives of civil society, distinguished speakers and panelists, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow Namibians, good morning. Thank you for joining us for the Bank of Namibia Stakeholder Seminar on Mapping Namibia's Post-COVID Economic Recovery. Let me at the outset thank the speakers and all invitees for honoring our invitation despite your busy schedules, which attest to the importance you attach to what I believe is a timely seminar. I'm glad to note that in our midst we have a wide variety of stakeholders from across many important sectors. After the panel discussion, I would really love the Director of Ceremonies to provide an opportunity to those in the room to leverage the collective wisdom of the room. If there's anyone with an idea about how we can grow this economy, today is your opportunity to do exactly that. As we grapple to find ways to economic recovery post-COVID-19, the theme for this seminar is both timely and relevant. Firstly, it allows us to interrogate how best and how far we have implemented micro and macroeconomic policy interventions to address the challenges imposed by COVID-19 pandemic on our economy. Secondly, it also allows us to shape the post-COVID-19 economic environment with appropriate policy interventions to usher in a period of recovery and long-term growth. COVID-19 continues to have far-reaching effects on people's lives, on families, on communities, as well as the global economy. Amid the bleak economic reality, government and companies in response are focused on driving a dual agenda of protecting lives and livelihoods. As the crisis continues to upend lives, the country continues to find ways to understand the full impact on businesses and government and how best to respond. Namibia is facing fundamental yet interrelated and self-reinforcing economic headwinds. The country faces the following challenges: growth, inclusion, fiscal, and unemployment. The era of being bystanders in solving our challenges has long ended. Apportioning blame is neither helpful nor will armchair criticism without offering practical solutions contribute to improving the quality of lives of Namibians. The time has come to pinpoint the source of uncertainty, to pinpoint bottlenecks to growth and getting rid of them and galvanizing the level of economic activity, to restore growth through complementary policy interventions. In this regard, we have a collective responsibility, regardless of the sectors we may find ourselves in. Many people are asking, what has the Bank of Namibia done so far to help restore economic recovery? Director of Surveys, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this point to briefly narrate the COVID-19 story and touch on some policy measures put in place to address the impact of COVID-19 in Namibia. Almost 2 years ago, in March 2020, to be exact, Namibia recorded its index case of COVID-19, and on 17 March 2020, a state of emergency was declared. A travel ban was imposed, stopping all international flights in and out of Namibia. While these measures were expected to reduce the direct health impact of COVID-19, contain the geographical spread of the virus, and allow time for healthcare facilities to be readied, they were, however, also anticipated to have a significant impact on various sectors of the economy, such as tourism, hospitality, entertainment, as social distancing measures were enforced. The economy was already weak prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore, the Bank of Namibia had to act very quickly. Against this background, the Monetary Policy Committee, or the MPC of the Bank of Namibia, reduced the repo rate in March and April 2020. Firstly, on the 20th of March 2020, the MPC held a special meeting and reduced the repo rate by 100 basis points to 5.25%. This was followed by a further reduction of 100 basis points at the subsequent MPC meeting on 15 April 2020, with the repo rate reaching 4.25%. Moreover, 2 more rate cuts of 25 basis points each were announced at the June and August 2020 MPC meetings, respectively. As a result, the repo rate reached a new historic low of 3.75% in August 2020. Given Namibia's membership of the Common Monetary Area and the one-to-one currency peg, the Bank of Namibia's monetary policy stance is usually broadly aligned with that of the South African Reserve Bank. During the course of 2021, the policy environment changed significantly, with inflation rising ominously. The South African Reserve Bank increased its policy interest rate in November 2021, but the Bank of Namibia, despite the possibility of capital flight, felt that it was too early to raise interest rates as the economy was still struggling to recover, and the initial position since August 2020 was one of a marginally higher repo rate in Namibia than in South Africa. This meant that Namibia's repo rate was maintained at 3.75%, while that of South Africa was raised from 3.5% to 3.75% last November. However, in January this year, the South African Reserve Bank further increased the repo rate, again with 25 basis points to 4%. This, for all intents and purposes, had forced our hand to increase the repo rate to 4% at the first MPC meeting of 2020. So the realities of the current peg on being in a monetary currency area is not something we cannot just ignore. We need to defend the peg. Many people were saying, but you guys at the MPC, have you looked at a subdued growth that we have got in the country? If you look at the unemployment challenge that we have got in the country, if you look at credit extension that's relatively weak and low, and you guys come and increase your repo rate by 25 basis points, those are valid questions. I hope you can go beyond that and also start asking. Every economist in the room will talk to you about the impossible trinity or the trilemma challenge that we have got. You cannot have, in a monetary current area where we have pegged our currency, try and run a totally independent monetary policy. That's not possible. So we have looked at the challenges we are facing in the nation, but we also needed to defend the peg arrangement that we have. So this was dictated by the need to maintain the peg and curb further capital flight despite the slow economic recovery. Year to date, because of that 25 basis points differential that we have got, we had an outflow, a net outflow of more than 7 billion Namibian dollars. So if we have not done anything, you could have seen quite a lot of capital chasing higher returns. It's nothing to do with our country. It's capital, money follows where it's welcome and where it's getting the best returns and where the environment is predictable and environment is stable. So what is worrying for the central bank and for us is that despite the generally accommodative monetary policy environment, even with the recent increase by historical standards, new credit extension uptake and activity remain invariably subdued. It's very low. We are concerned about that. The Bank of Namibia's response to COVID-19 has assisted in Namibia's economic restart and recovery. The economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic created various challenges for borrowers and consequently for banking institutions. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic emerged at a time when Namibia was already facing an economic downturn, as aforementioned. Against this backdrop, the Bank of Namibia issued the determination on policy changes in response to economic and financial stability challenges following the fallout of COVID-19 pandemic. So we issued BIRT 33. The determination BIRT 33 makes provision for banking institutions to grant capital payment moratorium where a holiday is allowed on the principal amount for a period ranging from 6 months up to a period but not exceeding 24 months or 2 years. In order not to withdraw these measures prematurely, a revision of BIRT 33 was done in October 2021, and we have decided to extend this further to April 2023. Other relief measures were granted on the capital conservation buffer, changes in the large exposure limits and the liquidity mismatch limits for time bands of 0 to 7 days and 8 to 31 days that were reintroduced. The bank also agreed to amend the determination on asset classification and provisioning to lengthen the duration of period before loans should be written off. The holistic revisions include an amendment to the effective date, clarification of burden sharing, treatment of write-offs, including collateral haircuts in the BIRT 33 amendments, reinstitution of liquidity mismatch limits, and reporting guidance on provisions reporting. The bank also supported other initiatives to ease credit conditions. These included the extension of the maximum period over which installment sale credit on motor vehicles can be repaid. This was raised from 54 to 72 months. Furthermore, the maximum loan-to-value ratio on mortgage loans for the acquisition of secondary residential properties was also raised. This made it possible to purchase additional properties using a home loan. Furthermore, what we have done is, together with the Ministry of Finance, we provided a 500 million Namibia dollar guarantee towards the SME COVID-19 loan scheme. The take-up is very low. Despite the financial distress that we have got, there's a facility of $500 million for SMEs. The take-up is very low. So it's probably reflective of the economic activity. We probably have got a situation where the capacity utilization is low, the demand is almost non-existent, and there's probably no point in getting additional credit to run your businesses because demand is very subdued. Despite the amendments made to BED 33 and low interest rates, growth in credit extended to the private sector was slower in 2021 compared to 2020 due to lower demand, mainly because of persistent subdued domestic economic activity. As I stated earlier, notwithstanding the lowered interest rates on an annual basis, growth in PCE moderated to an average annual rate of 2.5% in 2021 from an annual average of 3.5% recorded during 2020. Low interest rates and special relief measures can only go so far, and sadly some businesses that were already reeling from the contractions of the pre-COVID years, thereafter amplified by the COVID-related disruptions, could not be rescued. Reflecting the economic difficult conditions, the non-performing loans at most of the banks increased relentlessly up to the third quarter of 2021, when it reached 6.9% of the loan book. Fortunately, in the fourth quarter of 2021, the non-performing loans ratio receded slightly, which may be an early sign that the worst fallout of the pandemic is behind us. Ladies and gentlemen, monetary policy alone is not enough. Though monetary policy has provided substantial support to the economy, the pace of recovery will depend on factors outside the bank's control, such as improved sovereign debt sustainability, structural reforms, and the implementation of an accelerated growth and recovery strategy, as well as strong private sector, domestic and foreign investment, and risk-taking. To place the Namibian economy on a sound and sustainable growth path, the Bank of Namibia stands ready to provide support to the economy, ostensibly within the scope of its mandate. Price and financial stability are important for maintaining purchasing power, containing the cost of living and doing business, and supporting Namibia's competitiveness while creating certainty and confidence. Nevertheless, improving the potential growth rate of the economy should be a collective effort from both the public and the private sectors. Monetary stimulus alone cannot engineer healthy, durable growth. A broad and encompassing policy response is critical to ensure that we do not overly rely on individual measures that could lead to unintended consequences when kept in place for too long. The post-COVID economic recovery faces a number of significant hurdles. Apart from the need to address electricity and digital infrastructure, urgent attention has to be given to creating policy certainty, ensuring professional service delivery and diligent execution of policy, and addressing accountability issues. All of this must be accomplished while the fiscal situation is very tight. Namibia really has to do more with less. The potential to overcome supply-side constraints, improve productivity, potential growth, and job creation can be unlocked through private sector-led activities. To this end, impetus must be given to the implementation of the various recommendations and objectives on the matter. We need to demonstrate strong leadership entailing a bold assessments on how to improve efficiency and ensure value for money of all institutions without exception. The post-COVID economic recovery has several positives lined up to bolster its start out of the blocks. All is not doom and gloom. The green hydrogen initiative is progressing significantly. Our ports infrastructure has already been upgraded so that a virtual doubling of traffic can be handled. The recent oil find at the sea has stirred considerable excitement. A number of mining and manufacturing projects are underway or in the pipeline. In the past 3 years, the mining sector also invested 14.1 billion Namibian dollars, or 7.2% of gross domestic product. The cumulative investments, that's the sum of investments in the past 3 years and ongoing investments by the mining sector in the economy, is estimated at 20.6 billion Namibian dollars, worth of investments equivalent to 10.5% of the 2022 gross domestic product. Furthermore, research work in collaboration with the Harvard Growth Lab on diversifying the economy to raise our growth is progressing well. Specific sectors have been identified in linkage proposed with markets. So what we are trying to do was really to reduce the reliance on external demand for our commodities. How do we diversify our economy? Towards this end, brought in the Harvard Growth Lab, we look at some competitive advantages we have got already. What are the adjacent industries? If you are involved in mining, for instance, we import quite a lot of chemicals. Is that not an adjacent industry that we need to look at, like chemicals, and create a chemicals industry in the country? Because all the mines are importing sulfur, whatever chemicals they need. So what they have done is a really interesting piece of work. We've identified some adjacent industries that can be developed in the country. A selection has been made. Potential markets for those industries have been identified, it's been proposed, and now it's really taking this to the next level. The tourism sector stands ready to capitalize on further lifting of pandemic-related restrictions and normalization of visitor numbers. And in the meantime, the national spirit has been lifted by the widespread rains that have fallen across Namibia, transforming many frowns into smiles and bringing the promise of higher production in this very decentralized sector that employs 170,000 Namibians. So how will we see economic recovery and growth in a post-pandemic Namibia? Well, the first thing I might say is that we are not finished with the pandemic just yet. And if I were to be asked to volunteer some thoughts beyond monetary and financial stability on Namibia's post-COVID recovery, I would probably suggest the first thing we need to do is to contain this pandemic, that we don't get other restrictions again or lockdowns. But if you ask me, what should we do in the short to medium term? I'd probably say improving domestic resource mobilization and specifically tax compliance, better coordination of government policies and programs, and elimination of fragmentations and inefficiencies. Private sector investments in high labor absorptive sectors such as agriculture, promoting and attracting foreign direct investment through incentives in exchange for jobs and export earnings, reforming, strengthening, and optimizing our SOEs, especially the commercial ones, there is need to demonstrate in the most practical way government efforts to move towards an arrangement where we can enhance the efficiencies of our state-owned enterprises. Structural reforms to enable growth, and this includes leveraging our assets and developing self-sustaining economies in our municipalities, towns, and village councils. They are so dependent on what's happening, and I'm wondering whether the time has not come for self-sustaining economies in our municipalities, in our towns, local councils. I was quite impressed to see one of the boroughs in London. You know, they have challenge of housing, and the borough has decided we are going to go and raise our own money to get involved in provisioning of housing. I don't say we should. That's just an example of how we need to think differently about creating some innovations in the way we are running our councils, our municipalities. In the long term, optimizing our natural resources and ensure smooth energy transition from fossil to renewables, technological progress and know-how agglomeration are fundamental to the process of structural transformation that characterizes economic development. And what we should do is to remove rigidities, promote competition and inclusion. These are some of my thoughts on how we can jumpstart the economy. But obviously, this is what this seminar is meant for. And further thoughts and policy recommendations will come from this platform. We have got speakers, we've got panel discussion, and we've got a room full of Namibians from various sectors that can contribute towards how we can really restore economic growth. Finally, Desmond Tutu stated, and I quote him, "It may appear daunting, but I'm a prisoner of hope. We are more connected than ever before. We have more knowledge, and if we work together, there are solutions." Close quote. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our charge, and it necessitates collective action and unity of purpose, because we are only as good as the community or economy in which we live. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Governor. Another round of applause, please. So, right, let's get into it. Our first speaker is Dr. Emma Hayambo. She is the Director of Research and Financial Stability at the bank and Chief Economist. She'll be presenting on the topic, an outlook for the Namibian economy, and some thoughts on strategies for recovery. This presentation will outline Namibia's economic outlook, delve into how countries have shaped their post-COVID-19 recoveries with clear lessons extracted to inform Namibia's recovery effort. Dr. Emma Hayambo is a holder of a PhD in Development Finance from the University of Stellenbosch, a Master of Science degree and postgraduate diploma in Financial Economics from the University of London, a Master's in International Business from Polytechnic of Namibia, a Bachelor of Economics from the University of Namibia, and several other qualifications. She also has qualifications in financial inclusion policy as a certified expert, a leading economic, and also completed the leading economic growth program at the Harvard Kennedy School. She attended leadership and diversity programs for regulators, as well as several other management development programs. She served recently as Director of Strategic Communications and Financial Sector Development at the Bank of Namibia since 2016. She has served in several roles at the Bank of Namibia from 2000 to 2002 as an economist, senior economist, and later Deputy Director for the following functions: statistics and publications, policy research and analysis, as well as financial inclusion and financial sector development. Before she joined the bank, she served as an economist for national accounts at the National Planning Commission, trade policy analyst at the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and chief development planner at the Department of Women Affairs. She also served in public sector in other capacities, including being a director and board chairperson of several public entities. Her experience ranges from macroeconomic statistics and analysis, economic research, development finance, public policy, trade policy, as well as central banking communication. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Emma Hayambo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on the protocol established by the previous speaker. My task this morning is really to remind ourselves of where we're coming from. Let me take this off. To remind ourselves of where we're coming from, where we are, and where we're going. The aim really is to set the scene for much more deeper discussions later in the day, as lined up on the program. Why is nothing happening?
Can we get some assistance here, please? Technical guys? Just a moment.
Apologies for that.
All right, there we are.
Okay. So as I said, really, mine is to set the scene and remind ourselves of where we're coming from, where we are, and where we're going. So as a roadmap, I intend taking you through the overview of Namibia's growth performance since independence. I'll then look at Namibia's economic outlook. We will share some lessons in terms of what we are seeing other countries are doing in reviving their economies. We will then make suggestions in terms of what we think Namibia can do to revive the economy before we conclude. So if we look at Namibia's performance since 1990, which is at independence, what has happened really is Namibia has experienced stable economic growth. Look at the first period. I've divided the independence period, since independence period, into 3 or 4 categories, basically, in terms of periods. If you look at the 1990s, from 1990 to 1999, Namibia actually posted a growth rate of 3.6%. And then you move to 2000 to 2009, we posted a growth rate of 4.4%. You go to 2010 to 2015, we posted a growth rate of 5.4%. So during these periods, if you can see, growth was mainly driven by the secondary sector, but also the tertiary sector. But also, it's important to mention that growth was actually broad-based, because every sector or every industry was actually posting positive growth. But then when you move to 2016 to 2020, things started to change. On average, the Namibian economy contracted by 1.9%. And that is because of many things, but most importantly, you know, the period 2015, if you take the year 2015, a lot of investment was taking place in the mining sector. So there were a number of mines that were being constructed. There were a lot of projects ongoing, especially construction projects in the mining sector. But then also, in 2015, from independence up to 2015, fiscal stimulus was prevailing. But when we moved to 2016, the mining construction projects somehow were completed. And then COVID came in 2020. And then also the government, before 2020, the government was actually now pursuing a fiscal consolidation program. And then COVID came, and that is why we are having the minus 1.9% during that period, 2016 to 2020. Just a bit of details in terms of what has happened for the various industries, for instance. If you take the period 2005 to 2009, GDP, as I indicated, grew by 3.6% on average. And what has spurred that growth is mainly the secondary and tertiary industries. And this is really despite ending with a global economic crisis. You remember the period 2008 to 2009, there was a global economic crisis. But despite that, our economy was resilient, such that a positive growth was actually recorded. We go to the period 2010 to 2015. We again recorded as an economy a growth rate of 5.4% on average. And again, that growth was supported by secondary and tertiary industries. If you look at the year 2015, for instance, you will find that the primary industries were declining, but secondary and tertiary industries were actually sustaining the economy. And as I said, there was a lot of mining construction activities happening, but also then government stimulus was also still prevailing until that period. Then you come to 2016-2020. As I indicated earlier, growth then average or contracted by an average of 1.9%. And this was a correction in the construction sector, in the wholesale and retail sector, but also then the fiscal consolidation program kicked in, and then COVID finally came in. So where are we going? We have seen that the period 2016 to 2020, our economy did not perform to the extent that we would wanted it to perform. It actually registered a decline in growth of 1.9% on average. So where are we going? Before I say where we're going, in 2021, we do not have a full picture as yet, but indications are, from the estimates that we are having currently, is that GDP actually grew by, or grew around 1%, by a growth of 1%. But if you look at 2022 to 2023, this is what we are seeing. Before I go to the growth rates themselves, I would like to give you an indication of the environment under which the outlook has been or is being determined. So we think that growth in agriculture, forestry, and fishing industries or sectors is expected to turn positive in 2022, but remain low due to depressed livestock marketing activity and broadly unchanged fishing quotas. So we're not expecting any changes in terms of the fishing quotas, for instance. The diamond mining sector is expected to register robust growth rates during 2022 and 2023. And this will be mainly boosted by deb marine production, because they've recently acquired a new vessel, which is expected to start being operational from the second quarter of this year. Uranium mining, for instance, is expected also to register healthy growth rates. We have seen of recent that uranium prices internationally has been increasing. And as I think currently they are hovering around $40 US. And if that then continues and materializes, that would actually spur growth in the uranium sector. It will actually stimulate production in that sector. So then we also think there's going to be moderate growth for metal ores supported by the gold subsector. There's a lot of activities also happening in the gold subsector, especially at Namibia'S mine, gold mine. And then overall then as the economy, the domestic economy is anticipated to improve from 2022 onwards. And as I said, largely boosted by the diamonds sector and recoveries for some tertiary industries. However, that said, we still think COVID is going to remain a risk going forward. So in terms of growth then for 2022, 2023, we are expecting that on average, if you take, in fact, the whole period from 2021 to 2023, we are expecting that GDP will grow by an average of 2.7%. We think for 2022 and 2023, it will probably be around 3%. And as I said, we are about to finalize our outlook, but this is what we are seeing currently. So, we are under the COVID environment. We have seen our growth, or our economy hasn't been growing, especially in the later years, from 2022 onwards, but also before COVID, even before 2020, because of what we have seen has happened since 2016. Physical consolidation program kicking in, and then obviously COVID making things worse for us. So in looking ahead, we thought to look at other countries that have done something in terms of trying to revive their economies and to learn lessons actually from them, to see if there's anything that we can learn from them and that we can perhaps not replicate per se, but implement in our own economy, taking our context into consideration. So as case studies, we looked at China, Brazil, South Africa, and Botswana. So apart from Botswana, China, Brazil, South Africa are BRICS economies, and they have done something in terms of putting in place post-COVID recovery plans or strategies. Particularly China was actually, or is being considered as, that country that has managed really to get out of, they are still struggling also, but they have done quite a lot in terms of trying to get themselves out of the wood. So they came back, they had an early return to positive growth in Q2 of 2020 already. And if you look at Botswana, we have taken Botswana to learn from, because they also have a strategy in place. And somehow their economic structure is similar to ours. So this is what we are seeing from China. China basically devised a program to provide biomedical products and medical supplies to developing countries, increasing basically their exports. So they saw an opportunity in this whole thing of COVID, and they said, if this is what is happening, what can we do? And they came up with that program. And then they adopted a domestic demand-led growth strategy, basically then to counter the disruption of the world trade brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Then what they also then did was they incentivized in the manufacturing sector to basically then adapt to, earlier on I said they decided to provide biometric or biomedical products and so on. So they incentivized their manufacturing sector to be able then to do all those things and be able to export. And then following just one quarter contraction in Q1 2020, China returned to positive growth from Q2 2020. If you look at South Africa, close to home, they have a reconstruction and recovery plan where government basically aims to invest in infrastructure. And the aim is really to boost demand, revive construction, and increase employment, and mostly through the public-private partnership arrangements. Then South Africa also decided they will look at their energy security aspect, and then also then to reduce the cost of doing business in the economy. And this is something that Namibia has been grappling with, both the energy aspect and also the cost of doing business. I think for many years we have been struggling on that front. I know that there have been some initiatives, and I hope we are getting there in terms of addressing the issue of cost of doing business. And then South Africa also said they have to look at the diversification of their economic structure. We have had the first speaker also touching on that. In the case of Namibia, perhaps that is something that we need to do as well. However, there are challenges in South Africa. For instance, the debt is ballooning, but they've managed to put a plan in place in terms of what they need to do to revive their economy. Brazil, they have an emergency income protection program. Is something that they've decided to do. What it does is it really pays over half of a minimum wage for up to 3 months for uncovered workers who became unemployed. And then they have a program to support micro and small enterprises in the form of tax or employment incentives, for instance. The government is doing that. So then there are also government initiatives to reduce the gaps in the uptake of digital technologies and competencies amongst firms. We have heard the first speaker touching on digital technologies. Maybe that's something that Namibia also needs. And then they have a program to support agriculture. So basically you can see Brazil also has a plan in place in terms of how they should revive their economy. Then Botswana, as I said, we have selected to learn from them because they have similar economic structure such as ours. What I found interesting in the Botswana case is that they have particularly decided to do something for their informal sector. So what they have done is they've created a dedicated agency for the informal sector. I just wanted to, the other day I posed a question to a colleague saying, look, Namibia has done so many things in terms of measures, relief measures during COVID and so on. But if you look at these relief measures, and they were outlined earlier by Governor here in his opening remarks, if you look at those relief measures, the question is, how much of what we have done actually went to the informal sector? And I think the response that I got from my colleague is something that we need to ponder on. Because basically what the colleague said was like, look, if you look at the informal sector, it's so disorganized, there is no structure, and it becomes difficult to channel any support basically to them. It somehow becomes difficult. Any support that you want to channel to the informal sector is probably not going to be that effective because there is no organized structure for the sector. So what Botswana also has done is that that agency has been tasked to manage a sectoral business intelligence database on or for the informal sector. Then they also looked at their agricultural productivity, and then they developed the agro-food system. So those are some of the lessons that we are learning from Botswana. But if we come to our own case, or basically what are some of the key things that are coming out from those lessons? Before we come there, let me acknowledge that Namibia has had interventions, basically, to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on the economy, and they were outlined earlier by the governor. A combination of fiscal stimulus packages, for instance, monetary policy was the lowest in how many years? The Bank of Namibia also put in place some macroprudential and other measures to kind of curb the impact of COVID. There were also other stakeholders that have put initiatives in place. Now, those measures actually, I think to a great extent, helped our economy. Maybe that is also what has assisted what we are seeing in terms of 2021. While the growth is probably not going to be a high growth, I think it's still going to be positive, and that is actually good news for us. And I would also then like to acknowledge the fact that there are efforts actually by government, and I know the Bank of Namibia is also involved in that, directed at diversifying the Namibian economy. The Harvard Growth Lab is something that was mentioned earlier on, and the Namibian economy and the Bank of Namibia is working together with the Harvard Growth Lab on the diversification project. So the key question basically is, while we have put all these initiatives in place, are they sufficient? Or should we do something? And I think the fact that we are here today is probably in acknowledging the need to still do something. So what is that we need to do is the key question, and hopefully by the end of this seminar, we will have some answers to that. So from the case studies that we have learned from those countries that I highlighted, we are thinking diversification of the economy is key, is one of the things that we are learning. I know we are already busy with that. It's really just a confirmation again that other countries are doing that. So we are probably not on the wrong path. And then the whole issue of PPP arrangements is something that we also need to look into. Then we have also seen that many economic recovery strategies in those countries are actually government-led. Question for Namibia is, can our government at this point in time afford to do what those other governments are doing? We don't have fiscal space currently. Then the other issue that was coming out of those lessons is the importance of the private sector in this whole process. And especially more for Namibia because of the physical space that we don't have, the private sector really becomes a key, or should be the key player in our drive to reviving economic growth in Namibia. So this is what we are suggesting, and they are not necessarily new things. You have heard Governor has mentioned some of these things also in his opening remarks. However, it's worth reiterating them. It's worth highlighting them so that as we discuss during the rest of the day, that we touch on those things and see and come up with concrete strategies, perhaps, For instance, if you take the aspect of intensifying resource mobilization, we said there is no fiscal space. So something has to be done on the revenue side to try and get us some income. There is already something happening. NAMRA is already looking into issues of increasing efficiency, issues of compliance. However, we are just saying maybe that process, given what we intend doing, needs to be kind of fast-tracked. How can we try and fast-track some of those initiatives that are ongoing or that we are kind of, that we have initiated already? So how can we fast-track that in the interest of us reviving the economy? Then the other aspect or other suggestion is that we need really to increase, as Namibia, we need to increase investment in ICT and digital infrastructure. I think COVID came and COVID highlighted the need for digitization, the need for technological advancement in the country. So how then do we leverage from where we are today to where we need to be going forward? So if we invest in those digital infrastructure, I think it will assist e-commerce, for instance, and also just efficiency in terms of delivery of public services and goods. Then we think there's also a need, and I mentioned this earlier, to enhance the role of the private sector in the economy. Private sector should actually play a role in the innovation, in terms of production, in terms of exports, in terms of creating employment. So if we get involved and invest in innovation and digitization infrastructure and so on, I think what is going to assist us in doing that should really be the private sector. And then the private sector should actually take advantage of opportunities arising from investment in the ICT and digital infrastructure to get themselves involved in the health, education, and other social sectors. I think there is, from some readings and what we're picking up is that elsewhere in other jurisdictions, and it's going to be the same for Namibia going forward, the private sector can no longer only involve itself in the business, traditional business-related activities. There is an opportunity now. We need to look at how, as private sector, can we get involved in sectors such as health, education, and social, and other social sectors. So then there has to be regular consultations between government and the private sector. Because if we have to work together and if there has to be this cohesion in terms of us trying to drive the revival of the economy, then there will always have to be that engagement. I know there has been some engagement, but there is always a need for us to intensify those. Then supporting small and medium enterprises will always remain on the list. Why? It's because small businesses, small and medium businesses are actually supposed to be the drivers of the economy in this whole equation. Yes, the private sector, but particularly also the small and medium enterprises, because we have seen already what they have done with the small base of small and medium enterprises that we have, what they are able to do in terms of creating employment, for instance. So a post-COVID strategy needs to allocate priority to renewed growth in the SME sector. Then the whole issue of investing in a clean and green and resilient growth, this is nothing new. In fact, in Namibia, there's talk about hydrogen project. I know also that there are differing views and opinions out there. Some views are pointing towards this whole thing coming to perhaps now change the whole setup in the Namibian economy or the whole structure of the Namibian economy, and maybe it will also contribute to the creation of employment and so on. But there are also other views that are saying maybe what we're thinking in terms of employment creation is not really going to happen, but it's something that we can ponder on, it's something that we can discuss, and so on. But we know that there is already, that project is actually already in the pipeline. And then intensifying investment in the housing. I think, like the SME sector, I think this one should also be on our list at all times. I don't think in Namibia there's need for me to explain why. So many of our people are living in shacks, for instance. We know also that there is a backlog in terms of housing. So we can, COVID came and COVID highlighted the need for proper sanitation, infrastructure, including housing in Namibia. Because if that is not done, and you get yourself or you find yourself in a crisis environment again like COVID, then it's gonna cause a lot of issues for us. It's probably long term, but we need to start working on that as well. So what is gonna be key, and Governor alluded to that earlier in terms of the municipalities, is that we need probably to see, on the basis of PPP's arrangements, what is it that we can do to enhance growth and development in our local authorities and municipalities. So what is it that I have said since I started, basically? So what I've said is that Namibia's economic structure has not changed significantly. Growth is still dependent on extractive industries. You have heard me saying going forward, the mining sector is going to play a significant role in the revival of the Namibian economy. So it's still still dependent on extractive industries. So, and that, I think, in my view, needs to change. So the question is, how does it change, and what exactly should change? I'm leaving it there. Then our growth, as I said, is expected to average at 2.7% between 2021 and 2023, and again, largely supported by diamond mining sector and uranium also. Government had fiscal space between the period 1990 to probably up to 2015, and then we decided to go on to a fiscal consolidation program. Currently, that space is not there. So what is it that we need to do? Namibia needs to take advantage of the high demand for ICT and digital infrastructure. And as I indicated earlier, that need was actually enhanced by the pandemic. The pandemic highlighted the need for that. It's critical that we look at the SME sector, that we have dedicated strategies of developing that sector, because it will assist us in employment creation and even in the growth of the economy. So the lowest hanging fruit, I think, is in the tourism industry. It's something that we can perhaps already look at now, especially with the low COVID numbers that we are having now. How about, for instance, replacing the negative PCR test requirement for tourists? And we replace that with only showing your vaccination passport, for instance. Other countries are doing that, and I think Botswana has introduced that recently. Green hydrogen is something that I mentioned that we don't need to ponder on. It's already ongoing. And what is also important that I would like to reiterate is we need to reduce the digital divide between small and big or businesses, for instance, but also between rural and urban areas, because there is really a divide in as far as technological advancement and digitization is concerned. That's the end of my story. Thank you very much for listening.
We are having this discussion in Namibia because COVID has been tough, and we want to see the economy recover from this COVID recession. I'm going to say a little bit during my presentation about the COVID recession, and then I will look at the things that could make the economy grow going forward. But in any case, it's important to put this COVID recession in the context of the longer experience of Namibia, so we can learn from Namibia's own successes in the past and look at additional opportunities for growth. As we all know, the period since the early 2000s to about 2015 was very good for Namibia. It was a period in which GDP per capita grew cumulative by 58%. It grew at an annual rate of 3.4%. That's a remarkable performance. And it was led by investment. And as was mentioned before, by investment in natural resources, which it was triggered by this dramatic improvement in mineral prices. If we take January 2003 as a base, the prices of uranium, copper, lead, zinc, gold essentially quadrupled or more. So it was a huge increase in prices, and as a consequence, it was very profitable to invest in mineral resources. This lasted essentially until the global financial crisis. Then there was a decline, and then it recovered again until about 2011, 2012. In the case of oil, it was a little bit later that you sort of like have the end of this so-called commodity super cycle. And let me see if now it works. Oh, still doesn't work. It doesn't let me part. So since 2015, the economy was no longer pushed by this period of high commodity prices, and instead, the economy has been facing trouble. But in the period of growth, let me make a couple of comments on Namibia's growth. It was not just pure luck. It was not just that the economy was able to grow because the stuff that it was exporting was worth more. Namibia in this period actually increased its market share in minerals and metals worldwide, and maintain its market share in agriculture and other activities. So it was more than just good luck. It was in part the fact that the economy had the capacity to attract significant amounts of investment. And in the Fraser Institute assessment of investment credibility, Namibia performs incredibly well. So this experience of being able to attract significant investment in mineral resources bodes well for the future. It's something that many countries have been unable to do. In this sense, Namibia outperformed South Africa during the commodity super cycle big time. And it bodes well for other forms of investment, as we'll see in the future, maybe now with green hydrogen and other such initiatives. It comes with a history and an institutional history of being able to exploit these opportunities and attract growth. Also, Namibia did not grow just by producing more of the same. Namibia introduced a significant number of new things to its export basket since, say, 2004. We benchmarked how many products Namibia introduced, and how much that represented in terms of exports per capita. And it performs remarkably better than South Africa, Botswana, and Angola in this period. So it's there's a proud history of growth in Namibia that we need to emphasize, because it's always good to know that one has what it takes, and that history shows that one has had what it takes to grow. Now, this growth process, it's interesting because even though the engine of growth was a mineral activity and the processing of those minerals, actually something like 90% of the growth came from non-tradable activities. So it means that this export-led growth had a very large multiplier effect domestically. And it shows that if we focus on exportable activities, the domestic spending of those, now it says that I'm the host, so I can share, hopefully. So let me share my screen. So this slide that I'm showing you decomposes the growth during the boom period between tradables and non-tradables. And even though tradables were very dynamic, non-tradables actually represented 90% of growth. So this is important to know. Now, when the commodity prices got into trouble, you see that foreign direct investment into extractive industries stopped. And in that sense, investments to Namibia follow very closely investments to other mineral exporting countries in the rest of the world and in the region. That means that in the period of 2015, the economy entered into a recession. And that recession was led by a significant decline in investments post-2014. So before COVID, the economy was already in recession. But the economy showed in the period 2008 and in the period 2009-2015 an ability to grow at a really fast rate at 3% per capita in those significantly long periods. But it was not sustained growth because it was stopped by the global financial crisis in 2008-2009, but more importantly, by the end of the super cycle in 2015-2019. Now, as if 2019 was not difficult enough, in came COVID. And here I'm calling 100 the GDP of South Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Namibia during COVID, that is 2020, 2021. And what we observe is that Namibia had a lot of trouble, more trouble than South Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa, and that the recovery was disappointingly slow. And even in 2021, where the world expected a recovery, in my part of the world, in Latin America, the recovery of 2021 was significantly faster than expected. And what I mean by expected is as expected by the IMF in October 2020, when they were looking at their projections for the world economic outlook in 2021. These are the errors that the IMF made in those projections. And in the case of Namibia, those projections, which were not that impressive, actually were not achieved. And that's in part because of a it was a bad performance and very slow recovery across the economy, but a particular bad performance in the secondary sector. And this is somewhat unusual because worldwide, the secondary sector did better than the tertiary sector. It was the tertiary sector, restaurants and tourism and commerce and so on, was hurt by the inability of people to get together and lockdowns and so on. But people shifted their spending from services to goods, so the secondary sector did better. But in Namibia, there was a big decline in the secondary sector in 2020 that was not recovered in 2021. This means that there's a lot of capacity in principle in that sector that can just recover going forward. And I need to know more of why this decline happened. It's very concentrated in some industries like metal processing, but you know, in principle, this is a capacity that the country had and might be able to develop. Now, the good news is that the commodity prices are rising. In particular, you know, gold and zinc and lead and copper and uranium, you see prices have been going up since, say, January 2020, since before COVID. So, so prices are now higher than they were during COVID. So a lot of the decline in prices has been reversed. This means that commodity prices are up. Historically, commodity prices have led investments. And we're seeing now the recovery of commodity prices. We still don't see the recovery of investments. Maybe, by the way, maybe on your end, you can mute your Zoom so I don't get feedback of my own voice. Now, in the spirit of COVID, you also had the need to assist the economy. And the Ministry of Finance had to put together a package of 3.6 percentage points of GDP to help the economy through emergency spending and health, education, and water, through emergency income grants, and to support the private sector. And part of it was done through investment reallocation, but a significant part was due through a widening of the fiscal deficit. And this, in some sense, partially reversed efforts that were done post 2015-16 in terms of fiscal consolidation through expenditure restraint. However, and as a consequence of that, you know, the debt to GDP ratio that was on a rising trend before COVID has been on an accelerating rising trend. And these are the Ministry of Finance projections going forward that are able to stabilize the debt to GDP ratio only towards the year 2023, 2024. Now, interestingly, this widening of a fiscal deficit and increase in debt ratios is supported by everybody. That's more or less what everybody has been doing. But it has received the support of the international community that finds it a reasonable way to respond to the health emergency. So how can we foster faster growth in Namibia post-COVID? I think whatever the growth strategy has to be, has to be adequately tailored to the current situation. And that means that Namibia is facing a growth challenge that exists since 2015, but in the context of the lack of fiscal space, the need for fiscal consolidation, and the need to include many Namibians that have been sort of left outside the dynamic parts of the economy. So we need to focus on policies that can achieve growth while the economy is achieving fiscal consolidation, and as we try to include more Namibians in the growth process. And so for that, I think that we need to optimize the stewardship of natural resources. These natural resources are going to be important. By the way, in a greening world, it's a world that is going to want to electrify. And so it's not only going to want green sources of energy, and Namibia is blessed by incredible sources of sun and wind energy, but it is also blessed with the minerals that are needed for electrification. Whether it's the copper group that is needed for the cables that electricity uses, but also potentially the uranium that is going to power the nuclear plants that are going to allow the world to create energy without emissions. It's going to, the country is going to need to revamp the role of the public sector as a growth enabler, not just as, not mainly as a growth actor in terms of public sector production, but in terms of making sure that the public sector does what it takes for the society, the private sector, to be able to exploit the opportunities in the country. And we want to create opportunities that include more Namibians in the growth process. So the future will need fiscal consolidation. Part of it will come, growth needs to come in part from recovery, because the economy was in a recession beforehand. That means that it used to produce more than it's currently producing. So part of the growth has to come from just reutilizing existing capacities and capabilities. In that sense, the recovery of tourism is obvious. It was already mentioned that maybe Namibia should consider adjusting its pandemic policies to the new reality of very low transmission and so on. We know how much tourism has been hit. We know how much tourism could recover. People have been, not traveling for a long time, and probably there's a lot of pent-up demand. From growth of existing tradable activities, and from but also diversification into new areas. And I'm going to say a few things about the diversification. We know there are enormous opportunities in green growth, but also I'm going to argue in manufacturing, in logistics, and in services. As with all mineral exporting countries, mines don't last forever, and there's a set of mines that are scheduled to close. So always you need to be able to replace those mines with new investments if you have the resource base. And as I was mentioning before, this Fraser Institute says that if the prices are there, this is the appreciation of the country's policy perception index. Here, Namibia is the black dashed line, and you see that Namibia does remarkably well in this index. So it's an asset of the country, and I think it has to be part of the strategy. The world is going to need more minerals in order to decarbonize, and Namibia has many of the minerals that the world needs. We have developed this tool called the product space, which is a set of technological relationships between products. The idea is that if you know how to make one product, you should be able to know how to make products that are nearby in this space. In this space, every circle is a product, and it's connected to other products based on its sort of like technological similarity, in terms of the similarity of the capabilities needed to do these products. This is what Namibia is currently producing, and so we like to look at the things that are near those, and we pass it through several filters. So these are in red here. You see now industries that we think are near the industries that you have, and that you sort of like have what it takes to diversify into these industries. They are not just feasible because they're related technologically to things that you already have, but they are attractive in other terms. And so we looked at the whole space and found plenty of opportunities in many areas. In the process of doing this, we created a tool that we delivered to the government that allows to analyze any industry, in particular, its feasibility, its attractiveness, but also it tells the government which are the global players in those industries? Where have they been investing? Have they been investing in the region, and so on, so that this can power more direct conversations with potential investors to make the case of why investments in Namibia are potentially interesting. But in addition to these industries that are sort of nearby existing capabilities, we also want to exploit the opportunities that arise from urban agglomerations in services, in particular in Windhoek, where we see that there's enormous opportunities to move to business services, to finance, insurance, and real estate. These are industries that both sets of industries have been revolutionized by COVID, because they're dominated by activities that can be done remotely. You know, with COVID, we learned that things we used to do in the office can be done from home. But now the world is realizing that things that can be done from home can be done from abroad. And that is creating opportunities for export in activities that used to co-locate with other activities in the same town. And now they can be done more remotely. And so this is an area of growth that we're exploring, and we think that there's going to be significant opportunities in Namibia. Obviously, to materialize those opportunities, digital technologies have to be deployed so that the world is connected. But I think that that's relatively easy to achieve with a good policy focus. And then there is these ideas of leveraging natural resources. There's tourism, and there's the Green Growth Initiative, which are remarkable and world-class. The things that James Minupi and so on has been working on are truly remarkable, and I'm really excited to continue thinking about how that is likely to transform very dramatically the structure of the economy and the set of new opportunities that will arise. It's a very, very rich potential, and it leverages an incredible asset that the country has. Now, so in order to enable this to happen, there are several things that the government can do, and that we're working with the government to make sure that these things are done in the best possible way. One is, I mentioned before, targeted investment promotion, where the government develops the information and the knowledge to target specific industries and start conversations to bring them into the country. Productivity task forces in many, many industries. Productivity is low because it's hard to coordinate the presence of all the inputs, including the public sector inputs, the public goods and services that have to be there for productivity to be enhanced. And these productivity task forces are in the process of being created, and we have very good reports on an agricultural effort that is being done in the south of the country in terms of creating these productivity task forces. It's clear that productive transformation requires knowledge, and since transformation means that you start doing things you were not doing before, you need to do things that you were not doing before. You need the know-how to do them, but you don't have the know-how because you were not doing them before. So any transformation strategy requires the ability to be able to attract to the country the necessary missing skills. And here it's important that the country work in a strategy to acquire those skills. I always like to remind people that Silicon Valley in California, it's an incredible place. It's a remarkable achievement of the US. 45% of the STEM workers, the science, technology, engineering, and math workers in Silicon Valley, 54% of those workers are foreigners. And the other 46% are not Californians. they are only 18% are Californians. The rest come from the rest of the U.S. So the secret of being able to create something like Silicon Valley is very much based on the ability to attract the needed talent for the transformation to happen. And I think it's an important area of policy. It will make the country stronger, and it will make Namibians proud that other people want to share their future with them. There is an urbanization strategy that I think is really important. It's not just giving shelter to people, it's really giving habitat to people. And habitat, the difference between shelter and habitat is shelter is just a roof. Habitat is a node in a network. It's a house that is connected to social services like education and health. It's connected to jobs through mobility and urban transport. It's connected obviously to electricity, to water, but also to markets, to banking, etc. And many policies, housing policies, have not achieved habitat. They have constructed housing for poor people in the wrong places and have sort of trapped them in poverty. We think that an urban development strategy that achieves more compact cities will allow for spatial integration. People are going to live more closely with each other and more connected to opportunities. So I think that's an important area, and it's going to make the whole society more productive. I come from a part of the world where people spend 2 hours going to work and 2 hours coming back, and that's like huge tax on human effort. We think that in exercising stewardship over natural resources, we think that there are probably improvements that can be done in the way natural resources are allocated, so that the country is able to maximize the capture of the rents involved in natural resources. We want to transform that natural wealth into financial wealth for Namibians, and that requires to put those natural resources to use, but in a competitive framework where the private sector competes for the privilege of having access to those resources, and in that competition, the government is able to extract the maximum possible rent compatible with the development of those resources. We also see the need for an enabling framework for the green hydrogen, the new economy based on renewable energy, and for the blue economy. And I think that working on those enabling frameworks is an important task. And in order to revamp the role of the public sector as a growth enabler, I think the government is working on a sovereign wealth fund that would stabilize the revenue base, and there are important things that need to happen there. We're also very much keen not only on a sovereign wealth fund, but on a sovereign development fund, where the government is able to partner with the private sector or to manage assets on behalf of Namibians, maybe by co-investing and other things in the private sector that allows it to capture the upside of many of these investments that are going to happen in the country. And that way, this private sector-led growth is not only going to create jobs and economic activity and so on, but part of the upside is still captured by the nation. We'll need to work on restructuring public expenditures to facilitate fiscal consolidation, to optimize the portfolio of Namibian public sector assets, and to facilitate, there's a lot of talk on public-private coordination. Very often, there is a problem in public coordination. The different parts of the government are pushing different agendas, and this creates policy uncertainty. And to the extent possible, it would be great to see if we can create a common vision across public entities that develop a culture of coordinating so that one does not become the obstacle of the other, but that they both work in promoting a shared vision of the country going forward. That's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope there's some time for questions and comments. I'm looking forward. Thank you. And now you're muted, so I can't hear.
Clarity that you are seeking from Professor Hausman, or probably and thought that you want to interrogate him on, please go to the mic and pose your question. It's very quiet in the room. I think we were all digesting the presentation. Interesting. Yes, Advocate Yatrebo, please go ahead. And Dr. Itula.
If I heard you correctly, you were talking about sovereign development funds. It's an interesting, very interesting concept to me. Could you elaborate on this and explain and give us some ideas of which countries have used this successfully?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Advocate. Go ahead, Professor.
So sure. You know, the single cases of this are, for example, Temasek in Singapore and Kazana in Malaysia. We are creating one, the Albanian Development Corporation in Albania. There's a very successful experience in Jordan, in Aqaba. These are things that are often started by putting SOEs under, consolidated corporate management, and then to decide which SOEs you want to keep, which SOEs you want to maybe privatize, which SOEs you want to open up for co-investment and so on, which new industries you want to potentially participate in. And these corporations then eventually become very valuable. Kazana was started in the early 2000s by putting just some of the key state-owned enterprises, but then these enterprises, their efficiency was improved, dividends were paid to the corporation redeployed those investments in other areas, and now it's a company worth north of $50 billion, and a huge agent for transformation of the economy, and they're able to think strategically into new industries that they want to get into new areas that they want to promote. So I find that it is a structure that is needed. By the way, it lowers the need to tax because the government participates in the upside as a partner in some of these ventures. And what it brings to the table is that all new ventures require a lot of coordination. And so governments don't really have the incentive to provide the coordination because they don't participate in it. But these agents, these entities do participate in the upside. So they discipline the government in making sure that the ecosystem is there. And the private sector often wants to know that the government has skin in the game, that the government has a vested interest in making sure that the ecosystem works for these investments. So we think that sovereign development corporation is an interesting idea to explore. In many countries, and we're working next door in South Africa, you have a bunch of state-owned enterprises, whether it's Eskom or Transnet, etc., South African Airways. Each one becomes sort of like a fiefdom unto themselves, but society doesn't feel that they are part of the growth process. Often they're just an obstacle to the growth process. I think that a change in the corporate structure and the change in the structure of incentives can make these an enormous growth opportunity. In South Africa, for example, state-owned enterprises have been the reason why internet has not spread, and when it could have been just the opposite. So we think that getting the structure right is win-win. It creates a better environment for investment, and it makes society participate on the upside.
Chen, thank you very much for such an informative contribution. In respect of the three categories of proposals that you have indicated, would those in the current environment of Namibia require massive law reforms in order for that to be enabled? Thank you.
Many things can be done without many legal reforms. In our productivity task forces, we often find a long to-do list that does not involve legal reforms. In other cases, there are some legal uncertainties, laws that are sort of like being discussed, pending out there, that generate a lot of uncertainty in investors because they think it's a potential sort of Damocles that is hanging on them, but that are not implemented. So, but I'm not enough of an expert on the Namibian legal framework to answer the question properly. I see the opportunities. I see the green growth opportunities. I think that my intuition is that a lot can be done without major legal change. I think that the changes that are needed in the immigration law, for example, are more in bylaws than in laws, but I'm not sure where exactly they are. But I think that they should be doable in the right framework and with the right goals. It should be possible to achieve consensus in Namibia. In that sense, you have a fairly, it's reasonable for people like me to be envious of your political system. You get to, you have achieved remarkable things, and I think that you can, the things that are required are not that difficult to achieve. Some of them might be achieved through bylaws. Many of them have a lot to do with just improved administration. But to the extent that they might need some legal changes, I hope that the political system can deliver them. I think it has in the past, and I think you have what it takes to deliver. You don't have the dysfunctional politics that we see in so many other countries.
Right. Any other interventions before we release the good professor? Gentleman there. Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning, Professor. You shared with us that building a national vision is a key element to recovery. I wanted to ask, what is the building blocks of this national vision between private and government? And also, how do we address the silos and divergent agendas?
Yeah, well, I think that in Namibia, has to, you know, let me be a little bit biblical in my answer. Namibia has a lot of desert. And in the Bible, you know, they talked about Moses leading the people from the desert to the promised land. It's important to have an idea of what the promised land looks like. And to have a more or less clear idea of what it could be. And then, what is a path that leads from where you are to that promised land? But the anchor of the promised land is an important anchor. So if you know what kind of things you want to achieve and what it will take, how to achieve them, then you can get people more or less in line of, you know, how we go from here to there. It's very important that we realize that the opportunities lie in growth. The opportunities lie in growth, that there are enormous growth opportunities out there. A lot of countries, in particular next door, are very focused on ownership of what exists and not enough on what could be. So I think that not right now you're discussing, you know, the green hydrogen agenda, the possibilities of investment there. You know, it's numbers that you know, are in the order of the national GDP. It could potentially transform many things in the economy. You have enormous potential in tourism. There's enormous potential in agriculture, both in the north and in the south. You're very far from the technological frontier in the north, so there's a lot of growth that could happen there. There's a lot of new technologies and opportunities in the south. Enabling those things to happen are going to create opportunities for many Namibians, and making sure that we have what it takes. And if we don't, that we are able to attract it and get it in, is what a growth strategy is. I think my reading of the Namibian society, the Namibian dynamics, is that while one always complains about and is frustrated about the slow progress in some areas, I don't know. I think that you have a relatively constructive environment, and I think you should transform it into an even bigger asset, anchored by the vision of that promised land and some shared idea on how to get there. And I think that that can get a lot done.
All right. 2 more questions and then we'll wrap it up. The lady there and Brian, please. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. I saw Botswana was focusing on informal sector development, and I was wondering what's Bank of Namibia thinking, and the professor about the informal sector. We know that more half of the population are now living informally in shacks, and I think within the discussions I could not see really how their role are considered in the development. Thank you.
Yeah, well, the informal sector is a somewhat imprecise term. There is a tradition in the International Labor Organization to define it as a sector where labor laws are not applicable, because it's not based on a wage labor relationship. So it's typically self-employed or people employed in very, very small units. So it's really not SMEs, but some people call it the MSMEs, the micro, small and medium. It's really at the very micro level of small units. I think because they are small, a lot of regulatory burdens that are insignificant for large firms become, of impossible compliance at the small end. And that talks about an environment in which the ecosystem is not supportive enough. You treat everybody the same, but people don't come in with the same capabilities. So same treatment, different capabilities means that some people are excluded from formality or excluded from the regulations that that other people find more manageable. I like to think of the self-employed and the micro enterprises, not by their size or by their current state, so that you would have like a different policy for them, but it's by a certain age, if you want. Hopefully these ventures, and it's very important they exist because they show entrepreneurship, initiative, the search for opportunity, that these entities have an environment that allows them to be born and allows them to grow. And they eventually will become small enterprises and medium enterprises and so on, so that they become like a source of innovation, a source of entrepreneurship, a source of ideas, and we want an ecosystem that is as supportive of them as possible. Here, there's several levers that I think have proven to be very promising. Digitization or digitalization, other people call it, connects small initiatives to enormous potential opportunities. And I'm a big believer in giving people access to basic digitalization services. Let me give you a short anecdote. In Latin America, there's a huge unicorn that is now worth, I don't know, something like $60 or $80 billion. That is sort of like our Amazon. It's just like Amazon. It's called Mercado Libre, free market. Now, there's a new unicorn whose business model is to help small enterprises digitize enough so that they can sell through our Amazon. And the moment that companies are able to develop a product line, offering it on the internet, suddenly you have access to the whole market. You can potentially become an exporter and so on. That company that just helps small companies digitize, that has become a unicorn. And in my mind, that shows the opportunity. So in Colombia, for example, they've created something that they call factories of productivity. It is like a digitalization core that helps small firms digitize and consequently, access these opportunities, access these markets, facilitate all the other processes of accounting and finance and so on that become a headache for any small venture. So I think that a special attention to these small units is very useful. My friend Danny Roderick has written recently very eloquently on why this is an important element of a growth strategy, and I think we should create an environment that is not just reduce barriers, but maybe invest in some enabling things. And here, finance and digitalization are two instruments that have been used. In some countries, as you know, lending to the informal sector has developed as a huge private sector initiative. There's a bank in Mexico called Compartamos that focuses only on lending to the informal sector. and has become a huge entity with 50,000 employees, is lending throughout the country. So I think that there are many growth opportunities there, and we should focus on making sure, number one, that regulations are easy to abide by for small entities, and that we empower them with access to finance and technology.
Thank you so much, Professor. Last intervention.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Prof. My name is Brian Aesop. You mentioned a very important aspect in your closing remarks during your presentation, and it related to the coordination of public policy to minimize uncertainty. And Governor, in his opening remarks, mentioned about unity in purpose. And I think this is a very important aspect that serves as a catalyst for success in any policy intervention or any initiatives that are going to be taken for economic recovery. Now, I know that in Namibia, we have various plans. From Vision 2030, we have HPP1, HPP2, we have the NDPs, but it seems that we are not getting it right, and you may or may not have a silver bullet. But in your view and your experience, what are the building blocks in getting coordination right for us to have the promised land that we are seeking? Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, it's a very, very good question, and I don't know that I have necessarily the right answer, but let me tell you some things that I've seen work in other parts. This initiative that the government is starting of productivity task forces, we worked on a similar case in Peru. And the idea was to work on several key industries and make sure that the ecosystem is supportive. And that means that, you know, what this ministry does and what that ministry does and what that ministry does doesn't contradict each other in the context of this particular industry, right? So the productivity task force is a task force of the public and the private sector that works on the elements that will make an industry more productive. So not more profitable, because, you know, profitability can be achieved by essentially, you know, harming your suppliers by paying them less, harming your workers by paying them less, harming your consumers by charging them more, or harming the fisc by lowering your taxes. So either by lowering the cost of your inputs, workers, harming your consumers, or the fisc, you can make the firm more profitable. But you don't make society richer. You just redistribute within society. But productivity allows a society to do more with less. And so you can pay your suppliers more, you can pay your workers more, you can charge your consumers less, you can make more money and pay more taxes. So it's win-win-win. So that's why we like to focus on productivity, because it's so win-win-win. The other approach of just making the guy in the room more profitable is going to make everybody outside of the room poorer, and they're going to stop you. So these productivity task forces have to be well supported. Now, there was a change in government after we finished our work on these productivity task forces. There was a change in government, and the new minister thought that he didn't want to continue with that effort. But the private sector saw that effort so valuable that they lobbied the government to continue. So sometimes what gives stability to these efforts is civil society and the private sector and the whole nation, that disciplines, in some sense, the cabinet and the government. Oftentimes, for example, an industry that requires enormous coordination is tourism, because it involves the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and visas and immigration rules and so on, with infrastructure and road signs and building permits and training and a lot of things that are in different ministries. Having a credible civil society and private sector that interlaces with the different parts of government in a constructive way is a way of facilitating public-public coordination. When I talk to a private sector or civil society that complains about the lack of coordination in the public sector, I often encourage them to think of themselves as agents that can improve on that coordination. That a demanding society that puts constructive agenda on the table and that is able to help coordinate the discussion can do a lot in helping the government coordinate itself.
Good, Professor, please. Thank you once again for reminding us that we have a proud history of growth and we have what it takes, but there is more that is going for us than against us. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, and I envy you. I envy you. I believe in the future of Namibia. I think you have it in your reach.
Thank you so much. All right, that was Professor Hausman, all the way from Boston in the United States of America. His instrumental work in terms of supporting Namibia's diversification plan is work that needs all of our collective support. Welcome back to the second part of our half-day seminar. The seminar entitled Mapping Namibia's Post-COVID Economic Recovery. We have heard from different speakers. We have heard from the Governor of the Bank with his views on how we can recover the economy. We have been told how the economy is performing and the economist or the economic outlook was presented to us. We have heard from Professor Hausman on some macroeconomic interventions that can shape our recovery going forward, with his emphasis on the diversification plan. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Salamo Hay, Managing Director of High Economic Intelligence, who will be addressing us on the topic, Recovering Growth Policy Choices. We will be discussing how we can navigate the policy environment by recasting priorities and addressing long-standing barriers to growth. Mr. Hay is an experienced economist of over 15 years, of which 8 has been at executive level. He sits on several boards, provides strategic directions to the operations of several institutions. He conducted several studies, of which some of them notably have been highlighted there. He was also a former staff member of the Bank of Namibia, responsible for the implementation of the Namibia Financial Sector Strategy. He conducted research and authored papers while at the Bank of Namibia. He formed part of the team that drafted the Harambe Prosperity Plan No. 2 on the economic advancement pillar. He developed the Windhoek Economic Index for the city of Windhoek, established an unlisted investment fund with a particular focus on mezzanine, and he is also trained in Moody's rating methodologies, sovereign and country risk. He's the current chairperson of the Namibia Statistics Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Salamo Hay.
Karibira went on with the biography. I thought at some point he must cut it short. Thank you, Karibira. Governor Mr. Governor Gabahab, Deputy Governor Wambuta, Deputy Governor Yonitan. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We don't take this opportunity very lightly. Maybe before I start with my presentation, there was a question from Madam Yatwevo, on the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And Botswana, next door, has got a Sovereign Wealth Fund. It was established in 1993, 1994, based on the strength of their mineral resources, diamonds specifically. They were also running budget surpluses at the time, so they were able to establish a sovereign wealth fund. Whether we can do it, it's a completely different conversation. The road to recovery, as it relates to my presentation, I'll speak to the status quo in terms of where we are, where we find ourselves, what are the striking indicative indicators of the Namibian economy in relation to where we want to go. We don't operate in isolation. We do comparative analysis in terms of countries that are our peers and where we find ourselves in relation to the macroeconomic indicators and those matrices. We'll offer solutions that we hope the budget will consider by Thursday. This is the GDP structure of our country. Now, the GDP structure of our country has not changed since the 1980s. It's been this structure. And I'm of the view that when you have such a big tertiary sector, you ideally want to have a very high skill set within that economy. The structure of this economy is very indicative of advanced economies, where a high skill set is concentrated in the tertiary sector because of their ability to innovate, advance, and operate in very complex economic environments. Now, there was an example of China that we got. And if you look at where the current manufacturing output is concentrated on, you realize very quickly that the developed and advanced economies have moved away from what we perceive to be the traditional manufacturing base, more towards the tertiary sector, which is very similar to the graph that I just indicated there. And this is why they have moved east. What you find is that the Tesla cars, they are also manufactured in the east. The iPhone, they are all manufactured in the east. But because of the innovation and the strong skills that sits in advanced economies, they sort of focus on the tertiary sector. I think Professor Hausman also foreshadowed that issue. Where we find ourselves in terms of why the structure of that economy could be problematic is the next slide. Now, this is our labor force profile. If you look at the majority of Namibians and where they are employed, and what is the level of education they have, they are literally grade 10s. The majority of our labor force are grade 10s. So for you to be able to operate a tertiary sector, which needs high innovation, highly complex, it will be very difficult to do that with grade 10s. And if you look at those that are employed, and if looking at the figures, the tourism sector, which now completely fell off the cliff because of COVID, you will see that there's even a change in the trend of where you had a higher employment rate in relation to those in the grade 10s. But I think that particular segment of the labor force has also increased now, especially given the 81% grade 11s that are not going into a grade 12. How many of those will continue with schooling? So it's the crisis that we find ourselves in. And with this crisis, it's extremely difficult for us to build a Silicon Valley. There's no Silicon Valley coming with this labor force profile. We need to focus on areas where our strengths lie. Now, in terms of government revenue generation capacity, and I think Dr. Haihambo spoke to the issue as well, we have almost reached our ceiling. We're almost getting to a point where we are killing the goose that lays the golden egg. If you look in relation to the personal income tax, we in the top 40. Good old South Africa is also there. Lesotho is there as well, and so is Eswatini. So the point that we are making is that it's extremely difficult to expect a NAMRA to go beyond what's already being collected. Obviously, efficiencies will assist, but the point is that we are already taxing those that are employed so high. So our revenue capacity, the ability to generate additional capacity is constrained. What are we doing with our revenue? We are paying employees, which is not a bad thing at all. You must compensate employees. But in terms of compensation of government employees as a percentage of GDP, we are the highest in the world. And this is the facts. So what is it that we need to do? Professor Hausman spoke about productivity. Is there a return on the investment on this compensation from government? Are we getting the return on this investment? And this is the next phase of the discussion. The next slide again indicates government expenditure as a percentage of GDP, and we have excluded the social benefits. So essentially our economy, as previously alluded to as well, is government driven. The question again that we need to ask is, are we getting the return on that investment? Are we getting the return on the investment that government has put into the economy? And this is the checks and balances that we need to engage. Because failure to do that will continuously be toiling, going in circles without addressing the issues. There's an obligation to try and make sure that government's investment is being utilized correctly and there's a return on that investment. Currently, it's not the case. Now, the next slide speaks to how private enterprise look at the opportunities that's being created by government in the economy. This is a study that was carried out by Klaus. I don't know whether it's in the Klaus Schade, whether he's in the audience. And it speaks to what is the perception or the sentiments around businesses in relation to government opportunities. And the picture again doesn't look good. It indicates that generally whether large, SME, medium, they are not happy with the support towards the domestic industries in relation to the opportunities that's being created. They're also not happy in the role, how they participate in public procurement. There was an example given in terms of Botswana and China, where demand is local driven. And this is exactly why we should focus our energies towards building inward linkages to support our domestic industries with this high government expenditure that's being rolled out. There's also a case to be made here in terms of the banks. I saw Mr. Nkumbi here. In terms of the needed support, whether it's sufficient to assist SMEs in getting ahead and driving the necessary economic recovery we want to see. I think generally the picture is not that pleasant because some of the requirements that's required for you to access a loan as a bank is quite stringent. Notwithstanding the economic times that we find ourselves in, I think the governor made the point that there's a 500 million facility where the uptake has been very low. Now, if a facility has been set up, what has happened to credit criteria? Is it still the same credit criteria that was there, or have we looked at mitigating some of the challenges that we had with regard to assisting SMEs and business in general to get ahead? What will this lead to? I think there was a lady that spoke to where's the informal sector. This is what's happening currently. We've got informal settlements mushrooming all around us, precisely because of the lack of opportunities, the job losses, and. An average of 6 informal settlements in the whole country. Put it in context. Majority of you think about 6 kleine Coopers, that is an informal settlement. What will happen to the economy? What will happen to all these lofty plans that we have for the economy? Don't lose me. Remember where we are coming from, where I said that the structure of our economy, the skill set of the labor force, and the inability to absorb this low skill set in the structure of our economy, which sort of have got this effect. Comparative analysis. I think that Namibia has done very well in terms of the macroeconomic matrices. And I think we have to thank the Bank of Namibia for that in terms of financial stability and all the other indicators. I don't think we've got challenges in that respect. But given the current challenges that we have, do we continue in that same vein, or do we consider thinking outside of the box and bringing solutions that perhaps we have never thought of before because there was no need for that? I think we've all agreed that there's been no growth problem as such in Namibia. The problem is that it's almost been a jobless growth, or a growth that has taken very few jobs, or that has created very few jobs. The growth problem obviously will not, the growth prosperity will not continue in an economy of 10 people. We need to expand that net. We need to absorb those great 10s that are falling through the cracks into the mainstream economy in one form or the other. So it's not been a growth problem, but the growth will not continue, it's not sustainable in the manner that it has. I think the point has been made that it was on the back of the commodity boom and the expansionary fiscal policy that government employed. And again, if you compare ourselves to our peers, we've done quite well over the years in the context of growth, but not in the context of taking our people with as we build this economy. I think the majority of them have fallen by the wayside. And don't forget the structure of the economy. If you look at, we even outstripped Botswana, Kenya during the early 2000s. We've been falling off the cliff of recent times. Obviously, Covert contributed, but I think from 2017, 2018, the warning signs have been there. Mauritius, you can see they had a sustained growth, also because their economy is very focused in terms of tourism. And you can see the knock that they took during COVID. So it's not really been a growth issue because we have grown over the years. It's been the inability to let this growth translate into jobs, and it's a combination of factors. including the inability to demand the return on government investments. The growth that we enjoyed during TPEC, the growth that we enjoyed during the mass housing, what sub-industries did we build? The moment you embark on such a massive capital expenditure like mass housing, there should be someone who wakes up every morning just manufacturing doors. There should be someone waking up manufacturing window panes. And as part of some of these procurement guidelines, perhaps that should be embedded in some of these initiatives. So the inability to grow sub-industries out of government expenditure means that once the project comes to an end, those that were running the projects, Salomo will have a nice car, nice house, but there's no jobs that's being created to continue. And these are the challenges that we are sitting with. So government investment must carry a return. Like I indicated earlier, inflation has been very much stable. I think we have done very well with our inflation rate. It's not a concern in my view, and I don't see it being a concern as well, precisely because it's well anchored in the South African, the PEC arrangement, and also the inflation targeting that South Africa employs means that they are always keeping us in check. So I don't think that in terms of our macroeconomic matrices, we have to be overly concerned. Interest rates as well, but the reality is that maybe all of us in the room are impacted by interest rates because we've got one or the other facility with the banks. But the majority, those that are establishing the informal settlements, they're unemployed. How do they draw any sort of relief from a movement in the interest rate? It's unfortunately the reality. So what is it that we need to do? There was a policy, again from Houseman, a policy tracker index of some sort, where you saw New Zealand also performing very well. Now, one of the things that New Zealand did during the crisis, they embarked on an asset purchasing program. Essentially, they bought bonds straight from government. And this is the New Zealand Central Bank. Majority of people in the room will tell me that, yeah, you want to create a Zimbabwe here. But Zimbabwe and New Zealand, and others will tell me that we are not New Zealand, but so are we not Zimbabwe. So the thinking is we ought to do a bit more, especially given that our macroeconomic indicators are pretty stable. And we've got very capable people heading up these institutions. We've got a former governor of the Reserve Bank at the Ministry of Finance, if we're going to go that route. And I don't think that the Act is restrictive in terms of that. And Governor Gavaha is well vested and well versed in how we can structure some of these things because of an intervention that's needed immediately. Colleagues, we cannot wait for 10 years. We cannot wait for 5 years. We need solutions now. The issue around is not about what you know now, but it's about where you're going. I think it's a crisis. The house is burning down. Again, foreign direct investments, we've done well. Over the years, attracted, it's a good story. We are open for business. Again, with our peers, we have performed relatively well until recent times. The unfortunate situation is that also we don't own our minerals. So good commodity boom, good for foreign reserves. So yes, foreign direct investment has to go hand in hand with GDP. I agree with it, and we've done pretty well, but we've not been able to address the issues that has kept us back. Government debt as a percentage of GDP, I see a lot of the colleagues are up in arms about this figure. It's too high. Where are we going? But is it really the size of the debt, or is it the direction of the debt? What are we spending our debt on? And we have not done badly. I mean, relatively, in terms of our peers, we're very much on par. You can see the response of Mauritius with Covert again, because of their focus on the tourism industry and how hard they were hit and how they needed to respond. That's why you see the Mauritius surge in their debt levels. Ours were okay over the years. Obviously, at some point, we stepped on the accelerator there, but where did it go? Where did this debt go? And that's the concern that we have. So what is it that we need to do to be able to get us out of this situation? The domestic-driven recovery that Madam Dr. Hayambo spoke to, that China has embarked on. Botswana is busy building a database for the informal settlement. I'm the chairperson of the Statistics Agency, showing you figures of 2018 for labor force. This is the realities that we have, and these are the challenges that we have. So we need to build domestic anchors. Witflay. Why is Witflay closed? Why is it not a crisis why Witflay is closed? Why? Because that's jobs not being created. Witflay is closed. It's an abattoir, a world-class facility that can export meat. It's closed. We are exporting live animals. And obviously it's a good. It's because the prices on the other side is good, so it makes sense. Kadembere just telling me that I'm running out of time. So let's open Witflay. Let's see what jobs we can create there. Another sector for growth. Agriculture. This is where we will absorb the Great 10s, colleagues. This is where the Great 10s will go. If you look at local demand in terms of what we are producing and what we are importing, this is where we will create the jobs. This is the green schemes in terms of what they are producing. Government investment, where's the return on that government investment? Everyone will tell me that no, perhaps it's best suited that we give this to the private sector. The past 2 years at Covert, I had the misfortune of getting Covert beginning December. For those 2 years, I haven't seen a medical doctor. But I was paying my medical aid, clockwork. We've got a medical catastrophe. What happened? Private sector. So we must have these honest conversations. So it's the return on the investment. We are not even scratching the surface here. Some of the facilities there are completely run down. Accountability is not there. The same way that we were throwing money at problems with Namibia without understanding those bailouts. Where are they going? You can't just bail out. You need to ask, where's the bailout going? Who's being held accountable for the misappropriation there? The same was happening now with the green schemes. Wheat, the same story. Demand completely outstripping supply, local supply or local production. We are importing. Jobs can be created. This is where the Great 10s will be happy to work. They will walk into these areas massive. I saw Mr. Gaum up here from NIDA. They've got a successful story now with dates. in the south and grapes. I was made to understand that you've got 300 employees full-time and I think 150 seasonal. Good numbers, agriculture. This is with production again, the same story. We used to have Kalambezi rice farm in Katima. What happened to it? Where's the return on government investment? Mahangu. This is our product at home here. What are we doing to strengthen this market? Even prepaid for export so that we have the necessary efficiencies over time. So what is it that we need to do? You've got the primary sector that you can develop into manufacturing. Once you max what you see that Mahangu, we have ramped up production now, and once we hit the ceiling, we start making bread of Mahangu, start making cans, we export. These are our products, and this is practical solutions in the economy. This is what I hope Mr. Ipumbu will include in his budget, a plan for VETFLAY, a plan for the green schemes, to make sure that we employ our people. Horticulture, the same story. So Kadembire, to conclude, again here it's to say that, look, generally the financial sector has done very well over the years, precisely because of the regulatory framework, but also because of their focus. Remember the compensation as a percentage of GDP, right? The majority of people being employed by government, everyone owns a house. So banks are doing very well. But what do we want to see in this graph? We want to see this graph turn into the SMEs being funded. So in terms of the recommendations, the area of focus, immediately, agriculture, because of the demand patterns and the current production patterns. Government investment must have a return. We cannot operate as if we've got all the money in the world. It must have a return. Targeted funding. I think both Dr. Hayambo and Hausman spoke about the SMEs. But what about the SMEs? The SMEs must be targeted. Malaysia has done it. Singapore has done it, to say that what percentage of funding goes towards SMEs. If it's not happening, is it the criteria that's prohibitive? Or how do we change that? So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That's my story.
Honorable Ithete, I know you wanted Mr. Hay to continue for some more, but those thought-provoking ideas, we'll have him on the panel. You can still engage him. Our last speaker is Mr. Roland Brown. He's a well-known economist in the Namibian policy and finance and economic spaces. He's a regular in the Namibian and regional print and broadcast and digital media. He has presented to and worked with most of the large corporates in the country, and has worked with Namibia's core financial ministries, offices, and agencies, providing advice to various ministers and high-level advisors. He was involved in key Namibian policy development, including extensive involvement in the crafting of the 4th National Development Plan and Namibia's industrial policy, as well as Namibia's growth at home strategy and various budget documents. He is a fellow of the Institute of for Public Policy Research, where he works primarily in the budget and business climate analysis. He consulted to the Namibian Statistics Agency when it was initially formed, as well as many other state-owned enterprises. After working for the National Planning Commission, the Capricorn Group, Bank of Namibia, IJG Securities in 2017, he co-founded a diversified financial service company, Cyrus, with a focus on financial intermediation and market development. He's also the founding chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Roland Brown. He's addressing us on the topic, a critical analysis of Namibia's road to recovery and possible solutions. Mr. Brown.
Right, thank you very much. I'm not going to try to get protocol right. It's never been a strong point, as many of you will know. So I hope you'll excuse me if I just launch straight into it. As you've heard, I've been asked to talk on the topic of a critical analysis of Namibia's road to recovery and possible solutions. So this was very interesting to me because I'm usually asked not to be too critical. So it's quite interesting when I'm asked to be critical in the title of my speech. So I really hope that I don't disappoint. I think I must commend Bon, however. It's very nice to have a lineup that's so packed with technical people and to hear very technical assessments of the situation rather than these being interwoven with specifically politics, but also other points of interest. At this point in proceedings, I think it's also important to point out that I've decided today not to use slides. I think given how long the talks have been so far already, there was a very high risk of death by slides, so I thought I'd skip that and rather depress you with my words rather than my pictures. But actually, it's quite interesting. Usually, and I'm sure you're all very familiar with the old joke, if you have two economists in a room, you're bound to have at least three opinions. But I think much of what's been said by the economists that went before me is actually quite agreeable, which is very strange. We don't usually have consensus, and we're not sure how to deal with it. But perhaps the one or two things that Solomon and I will disagree on, we can bash out in the school car park tomorrow morning. Anyway, I think the context of this talk is quite important, and I think we have to start in history before we go into the future. I'm not going to go too far back in history. I'm not that old, so I can't go quite as far back as I would like. But I think it's important to go back to the pre-COVID period before we talk about the COVID period and finally conclude with some thoughts on what lies ahead. So COVID added fuel to what was already, at best, a smoldering fire. Some may say that there were flames, but at best it was a smoldering fire. The economy in the 5 years before COVID had shrunk approximately 1%, and on a per capita basis, it had shrunk by about 8%. So the country and the people of the country were getting poorer pre-COVID. At the same time, debt to GDP had doubled in the 5-year period building up to this COVID shock, with over 40 billion worth of debt being added to the country's debt stock over that period. Foreign exchange levels, reserve levels had improved quite a bit, but this was more linked to two, let's call finite levers, being the repatriation of foreign or Namibian pension fund assets that were invested abroad, and also external borrowing. So these are not long-term structural improvements, but rather shorter-term transitory levers that had been utilized. Unemployment was exceptionally high, really exceptionally high, and I think that this is a very important point that I was scratching my head when Prof. Hausman was talking about how many people outside of this room, outside of the eastern part of Windhoek, would really agree with his very rosy assessment of the situation. And I think that that's quite important and perhaps something that one doesn't see so easily from Cambridge, Massachusetts, but I think is very important when it comes to the assessments that we do in the country. This unemployment was amongst the highest in the world for young people, 7th highest youth unemployment in the world, and employment had been deteriorating for quite a while in the build-up to COVID, to the COVID shock in 2020. So we'd gone from 27.6% unemployment at the sort of peak of economic times down to 33.4%, an increase in unemployment to 33.4% by the time the last labor force survey was done, as the chairperson of the Statistics Agency points out in 2018. But also there'd been a deterioration in the quality of employment. So there'd been a big increase in non-cash earning employment. So people that were doing subsistence agricultural activities, unpaid in-kind family work, et cetera, and there were fewer jobs in the formal sector. So we'd seen an increase in unemployment as well as a deterioration in the quality of employment that exists. And as we like to remind people, The year before COVID hit, Namibia was the 20th slowest growing economy in the world. So COVID certainly added fuel to this fire. I think the reason for the slowdown that we'd have over this 5 years is probably relatively well known and understood. Ricardo puts it down primarily to a decline in commodity prices. That was certainly one of the factors, but it's not the only factor. So we had seen a broad-based revenue slump. This was particularly led by SACU receipts, which had come down quite dramatically, but I think that we can fairly say on which we had become probably over-reliant as well. As well as this, we had an abrupt end to a construction boom. Part of this was linked to commodities, so we'd had 3 mines being built that all came to a halt within 2 or 3 years of each other, but also a big slowdown in private sector construction activity more generally, particularly in the wholesale and retail space, and also some other construction activity from the public sector. I personally ascribe much more of the decline in economic activity that we saw domestically to the oil price collapse than I do to our own minerals. And if you look at our own minerals decline in prices, this was led the slowdown in economic activity that we had by about 4 or 5 years. Whereas the oil price collapse saw a mass exodus of Angolan economic activity from the country. And I think that that was a far more direct impact that actually caused much of the shock that we saw. And then finally, I think that we did see an increase in what, as an economist, I can quite happily say is bad economic policy. So I think it's unfair to ascribe the decline to any single one of these, but a combination of these factors, I think, was was the reason for this decline. From a bad policy perspective, basically what we saw is people saying, we're just going to wait and see before we reinvest our marginal dollar back into this economy. So we didn't see a mass sale of assets, we didn't see a mass exodus of funds, but we saw people being a little bit reticent when it came to investing their additional dollar back into the economy. This might not be that clear in all the data, but if you beat the streets as we do and talk to the real economy, you'll find that this is very much the case. There were other issues, of course, but I think that these were the 3 main ones, and I think we have to take that into account when we look forward. In the current point in time, I think we sit with a very immediate challenge that it goes beyond COVID as well, and this is the challenge of deficit funding. Government has been running large deficits for an extended period of time, and there's a very big question mark this year about where the money to fund the deficit is going to come from. And that can return us to a difficult situation similar to that we last saw in 2016 when liquidity really dried up within this economy. In addition to that, I think we see a very interesting situation from a political economy perspective, something that I certainly wouldn't have said 5 years ago, but it has become much more relevant over the last few years. We could be looking at our first major political upset. I'm not saying this because Dr. Atula is here, I'm afraid it's more an observation of statistics. But we could be seeing our first real political upset in the post-independence period. And this is a very interesting question from the technical perspective that I come from, where I'm very politically agnostic with regards to the situation going forward. In the last 2 elections, we saw a very material change in support for the incumbent party, first in the 2019 elections, and secondly in the 2020 local government elections. And COVID has no doubt added fuel to the fire that caused this change in political behavior. This change, as we see it, is largely driven by young people. The voter demographics of the country has changed materially over the last 30 years, as I'm sure you can imagine. And these young people, the ones that the chairman of the Statistics Agency talked about, I think are becoming very, very politically influential. They're also largely unemployed, largely living in informal housing in urban settlements, relatively educated with limited future prospects. And I think it's very understandable to see why that can result in changes of political behavior. It's strange when I talk about this in a democratic country, I'm looked at like a heretic standing in front of a church. But anyway, I think it's important to keep in mind and do with that information as you will. So this is the bad news. I think we sit with a very difficult situation on our hands, and it's one that will take us many years to recover from. I don't think that there is a silver bullet to this problem, to this set of problems and this situation. And going back to the pre-COVID world won't cut it. The pre-COVID world had enormous inequality, enormous poverty, a lot of people left behind, very high levels of youth unemployment, et cetera, et cetera. And we need to do better than the pre-COVID world, not just go back to what we had before COVID hit. The good news, however, is that we know what to do about this. It was very interesting listening to Prof. Hausman talk and actually agreeing with quite a bit of what he had to say, because much of it is what we've heard in this economy for a long time, whether it's the Mutingas, Kalilis, Gaumabs, that statelers that talked about this 10, 15 years ago, or myself and others that have been talking about it more recently. He basically took most of the same messages and packaged them better than we do, with the authority of the Harvard badge behind him, which probably doesn't hurt. But I think we know what we really need to do, and I think that that's the good news. So, as the saying goes, let's not let this crisis go to waste, and let's look at how we can do those things. And that's what I want to focus the rest of my talk on. Now, Ricardo spoke extensively about investment. He just does it in a bit more of a veiled manner than I do. I talk about it very abruptly. And the reason that I think his method is probably better is he doesn't get accused of being a capitalist when he talks about investment. So I probably should take some notes. But the reason that we talk extensively about investment is because investment really is the key to building back from the economic situation that we see at the moment. And when I talk about investment, people imagine a suit-wearing foreigner. I especially didn't wear my suit today, lest people think I'm talking about myself when I talk about investment, but mainly because I put on weight, it doesn't fit me. But people think of a suit-wearing foreigner with pointy shoes and a briefcase full of US dollars, and most importantly, a condescending attitude towards us Namibians. That's not who I'm talking about. We're talking about, or at least not exclusively, we're talking about investors generally, whether it's small local investors, whether it's foreign investors, whether it's existing investors or new investors. We're talking about people who want to deploy their surplus capital or the surplus capital of others through the intermediation systems that we have or should have in the country into creating additional economic activity in the country. We're talking about broad-based investment. We're not talking about one or two large-scale projects. But the reason that investment is so important is that there are only a handful of components of GDP, as I think many people will be aware. The largest component of GDP in Namibia is households, but households are largely tapped out. What we've seen over recent years is that household incomes have been falling. You can see this in consumption activity, you can see it in compensation of employees in the national accounts that Solomo's team so nicely produces. But the reality is that household incomes are falling. Whether it's on per capita terms, in inflation-adjusted terms, household incomes are falling. And households also sit with very high levels of debt, so their ability to borrow from incomes of the future, on the marginal borrowing from income of the future, is very challenging. And as a result of that, households are not really in a strong position to be stimulating growth going forward. If we want households to become an increasing contributor to GDP, i.e. a contributor to growth, we need household incomes to improve. In order for household incomes to improve, we need more employment. That is the primary method. As we like to say, what's easier to double a household's income? To double one person's salary or to have a second person in that household employed? And if you want to generate surpluses, if you want to get people out of intergenerational poverty, employment is also a critical factor. So we need more jobs. And in order to get more jobs, we need more investment. The second component of GDP is government. Government is largely tapped out too. Perhaps this is one of the things that we'll box on in the parking lot at the children's school tomorrow morning. But government does not have huge capacity to borrow. And we can't realistically compare Namibia to many of the other nations that you see in some of these charts. Mauritius, for example, borrows at about 1/3 to 1/4 of the cost that Namibia does. There's also much smaller percents of revenue that are going to service debt in countries like Kenya. And as a result of this, we need to look at the country specifically and not just a peer comparison. Because of this, I think it's fair to say that government is largely tapped out. In order to avoid causing an austerity spiral when revenue took a dip back in 2015-16, government has maintained expenditure at more or less the pre-crisis, let's call it, levels, at between 65 and 70 billion Namibia dollars a year. This is pretty much stable in nominal terms, but if you adjust it for inflation, government is spending less in this economy. But at the same time, is running major budget deficits, particularly over the last 2 COVID years and looking forward into the next year as well. So the idea that government can spend more and stimulate us out of this situation, I think is a little bit unrealistic. So government expenditure is certainly not going to be a major driver of growth. In order for government to increase expenditure, which I think is obviously desirable over the long term if done sustainably, again, more jobs are needed so that more personal income tax can be collected, more VAT can be collected from the expenditure of the remainder of the personal income tax in the shops, after the personal income tax in the shops, and more corporate tax needs to be collected as well. But doing that from the current economic base, as Solomon has explained, is going to be difficult. Namibia has one of the highest tax to revenue to GDP ratios in the world. This is certainly boosted by SACU, but we have one of the highest tax revenue to GDP ratios in the world. And increasing government's share of that, when government has a much higher propensity to consume vis-a-vis private sector's propensity to invest, is not going to be long-term beneficial. And we have to take that very seriously, and I'll circle back to that later. The third component of 2 minutes. I barely got started. I think you forgot a 0. So, the third component of GDP is net exports. Again, we're not going to reduce imports or increase exports in a beneficial manner without investment. So investment really is the key to many of these problems. So what of investment? What is happening with regards to investment in Namibia? Investment as a percent of GDP in Namibia is less than half of the emerging market average at the moment, at 16%. Investment into fixed capital is the lowest that it's been since before independence. So we're not seeing people committing to fixed capital in the country at the moment, and we're not seeing our historical net FDI flow levels of between 1% and 10% of GDP. Instead, we're seeing net outflows in 2019 and 2020, the latest data that I have available at the moment. This is not really surprising. If you look at corporate arrears, doubtful loans, and write-offs, they're at record highs. So it's difficult to be a corporate in Namibia at the moment. The liquidation roll is the longest that it's been in memory. I spoke to a number of liquidation lawyers recently. They say they've never seen the liquidation roll so low. In addition to this, retrenchments are at record levels. It's difficult to be a corporate in Namibia at the current point in time, and this is the core productive part of the economy. Over the last few years, before and during COVID, we've seen a hollowing out of balance sheets. So corporates are less well-positioned, and households are less well-positioned, and government is less well-positioned to drive growth than was the case beforehand. And this is a very real, very difficult situation that we need to deal with. So what do we do about it? First and foremost, if we want to address the problems such as those that Solomon mentioned around the nature of our labor force, the nature of the persons that there are in the country looking for employment opportunities, if we want to develop the country and improve the lives of the majority, we need to make it much easier for small and medium businesses that are clinging on for dear life to survive and rebuild the remaining shocks of COVID. This particular event and the healthcare responses thereto, something that I think Namibia actually did very well at when compared to many other countries around the world, was no normal event. And while I'm never really in favor of supporting failing businesses, I think this is an exceptional situation and we need to look at it differently. We need to ensure that as many businesses as possible can keep their doors open, continue to employ, continue to contribute to value addition in the country. And in order to do this, we won't propose handouts, but we need to remove the regulatory and tax burden that sits on these small businesses' neck. There's a desperate need for government to change focus from asking more of private sector and businesses to support and help drive these businesses' recovery going forward. And so that I cannot be accused of mincing my words, the impending dividend tax is the polar opposite of what is needed in this economy at the moment. This tax is a tax on the struggling, productive part of the economy in a time when corporates can't handle it. And it comes so that government doesn't have to reform a bloated wage bill. This is unacceptable and untenable over the long term. but it's just the tip of the iceberg. We believe that radical reform is needed in 6 key areas so that we give those that lost jobs through COVID, or those that never had jobs before COVID, a chance to rebuild or build their lives, either as an employer or an employee. Key in this is that these reforms are aimed at ensuring grassroots recovery. These are not specific reforms aimed at large mega projects, specific projects, people with access to the presidency, Minister of Finance, Minister of Trade, etc., but broad-based reforms that can benefit the economy more generally. And so that small investors can enjoy the benefits of such as much as the large investors with access to political decision makers and similar. These reforms are very cognizant of the available skills and expertise in the country and the specific challenges that we face. The first one, as I'm sure you've all guessed, is tax competitiveness. I won't go into my disagreements with the comments that Prof. Hausman made at the end of his speech with regards to how reducing tax hurts government and blah, blah, blah. We can talk about that in the question section because my time is probably running out. But we need to be tax competitive. I'm not talking about tax compliance. You should pay your tax as per the law. And that NAMRA is quite right to come after those who don't. I'm talking about tax competitiveness. 32% corporate tax rate that we sit with here is a tax on capital. When money is in the hands of a business, it is capital. Irrespective of whether it's an increase or a decrease in the capital of that business, it is capital. That tax on capital is a material drain on businesses' abilities to grow, on businesses' ability to create future jobs. And our view for this is that if you really want to get investors' attention, do something dramatic on that front. We like to talk about cutting it in half. This would put about 5% of government's total revenue at risk, something we believe you would recover in the space of about 3 years. It's unlikely that that would ever happen. However, I think something dramatic on tax to make us tax competitive would attract a lot of attention from global investors, and I think it would help to get things on the right track. But if you don't believe in that, if you think that that's unrealistic, how about we look at this single-dimensional system that we have, where, you'll excuse me for singling you out, F&B gets exactly the same treatment as Sylvester's Welding down the road here when it comes to corporate tax, when it comes to regulation, and similar. We have to take this seriously. Our corporate sector hasn't reformed the way that it should have in the last 30 years. It looks far too similar to how it did 30 years ago. And one of the reasons for this is that we kill small businesses before they get an opportunity to grow. And a large portion of that is the 1/3 shareholder. That's the worst shareholder you can have, who gets in your way, makes it difficult for you to do business, and then demands 1/3 of your profit every year, irrespective of whether the other shareholders are taking anything out. This is a very difficult situation for small businesses. It has much less of an impact on a big business with established revenue streams, with established profits. For small businesses, it's often the thing that closes them down. I don't need to go into a lot of detail on the difference between cash and profit, cash available and profit. I think that we can perhaps discuss later on. If you need to understand the difference, go and look at a company that's busy being suspended from the South African exchange. The second thing that I think is very important is that we need to keep ahead of the times with our VAT thresholds. The VAT threshold hasn't been increased now for 6 years. This is disproportionately disadvantageous to small businesses and to new investments. And we need to make sure that the VAT repayment process is much, much smoother and much, much less burdensome on small businesses. We can talk about tax compliance for private sector and private individuals. We need to talk about the same when it comes to government side of the agreement around tax. The second key thing in my list of 6 is access to capital. Access to capital is obviously a material challenge. And if you consider around most of the world, the first source of funding for new businesses, for small businesses, is what we call friends, families, and fools. Namibia has a history that's excluded many people from the accumulation of assets or the ability to accumulate assets. This is something that's often incorrectly referred to as the economy, but this inability of certain groups to accumulate assets because of the historical situation of the country presents a very large problem for a large number of Namibians who don't have a network of friends, families, or friends and family that have access to capital that they can lend them in order to start businesses. And we have to look beyond this if we want to try to get more businesses started, established, and growing to the point where they can access venture capital funds, private equity funds, bank debt, etc., etc. This is quite critical because fools, contrary to popular belief, are much harder to come by than we realize. The third key thing is our labor market and labor market reform. The big challenge that we sit with in Namibia is that we look at the labor market as if it's a point. We act as if that every single portion of our labor market can be treated exactly the same. And that is obviously not correct. When it comes to labor from an economic perspective, it's a curve, not a point. And demand for such is exactly the same. You have some high-skilled people, a relatively small number in Namibia, some medium, some low, and some ultra-low. This is the nature of labor. To have a one-size-fits-all model that says we can't allow foreigners to come and get work permits here, or we must make it as difficult as possible because we have enough people, is not a realistic way to approach this problem. And we need to consider demand and supply of labor across that curve. At the same time, we definitely shouldn't be letting in a lot of unskilled labor where we have a material surplus thereof. So we need to be a lot more dynamic around our labor policies and around importing the skills that we need into the country. The fourth point that I'll just go through very quickly is exchange control. People don't put money into a country that they can't take it out of. If they're not confident that they'll be able to take their money out of the country, don't expect material investment to come into the country. The fifth point is policy. We've heard a lot about policy uncertainty over the last few years and how policy uncertainty is the critical challenge that we sit with. Personally, I think certainty of bad policy is just as bad. It's strange, but we keep talking about policy uncertainty as if we make bad policy certain, people will suddenly invest. They won't. We need to get our policy environment right, which means we need to move away from a nationalistic, inward-looking policy. It was a sucker's game when Trump did it, it's a sucker's game when we do it. We need to look at being part of the global economy, not a little insular North Korea on a better continent. Further to that, we have to do what Ricardo mentioned and look at how do we grow the economy and make sure that that growth is shared. You'll excuse me for making this comment, but I don't believe that the likes of oil, mining, and particularly green hydrogen will do that. We need to look at broad-based measures that will create growth across the board, not for a handful of industries, a handful of entities. We need to look at how do we align the growth that we can see in this economy with the labor that's available, the people that are available, and similar. I won't go on that too much longer. The sixth point, general bureaucracy. There's a material cost, non-tax cost of doing business in Namibia, and I think you can put this down to two things. We have a lot of rules and regulations, and those rules and regulations are inefficiently, in many instances, not all, implemented. That's a very dangerous combination. If you have a lot of rules and regulations, you need to implement those rules and regulations very efficiently. If you don't implement them efficiently, you need to reduce the number. And I think that that's something that we really need to look at in the Namibian instances. I'm nearly done. Well, I'm not that nearly done, actually. Namibia, I think, can very easily be viewed as a gateway to Africa. And I think that it should be viewed as the place in which you house your holding company for exposure to the world's last major frontier, that frontier that still has the most growth potential of any. And I think that the benefit of the reforms that I've talked about previously is that they don't require a lot. They don't require a lot of capital. They don't have long lead times. They don't require complex technology. They require the swipe of a pen. And I think that this is the real benefit of this type of reform. It can be implemented quickly, and the world would sit up and notice, and Namibian investors the same. Moreover, I think that these changes would make our good friend Menangula at NIPDB's life a lot easier, and who in their right mind wouldn't want that? The reality is that mega projects, whether it's green air, commodity prices, and oil should not be ignored. But these should not be the foundation of our recovery plan. Our recovery plan needs to be founded in something that does not represent one basket with all of our eggs in it. It needs to be a far broader type of recovery that provides options and opportunities to many more people than these single projects and single sectors ever do. At the same time, I'm very opposed to picking winners, another battle to be fought in the school parking lot, perhaps. The problem with picking winners is that you're limited to the ideas of the people who make it to the room. And it doesn't matter how smart the people in that room are. They may all have a Harvard badge behind them when they present on Zoom, but they will still only be able to think of a fraction of the possibilities. We need to make it easier for everyone, not try to pick winners where the smart people in the room think that there's a chance of success. But unfortunately, my solutions are way less sexy than saying we need to pick this or pick that. It all sounds very pro-business. I see I'm going to get chased off now. It all sounds very pro-business, and I think perhaps it does sound that way. But we don't argue for unfettered free markets. Namibia is comfortably in the bottom half of countries when it comes to ease of doing business. And if we want to expect business-led job creation and revenue long-term, we can't expect this if we don't reform. So we're not saying go free market, we're saying become more business-friendly. And we don't expect to replace some of the countries at the top of that. I think it's, as well as our business-focused reforms that I've mentioned, we do have a number of other recommendations that we make around socioeconomic reforms, but I don't think I have a lot of time to go into those. I'll mention 3 quick points. Firstly, it's high time that the highly regressive communal land system undergoes material reform. The veterinary cordon fence that's being attacked in the press and elsewhere at the moment certainly has no place in our society, but it's a symptom of a problem. The far greater problem is that a person living on the northern side of that fence has completely different options in life to someone living on the southern side of the fence. And if you think about how important to you ownership of your primary asset of land or property or a house is, in terms of your ability to generate wealth, maintain wealth, pass on wealth to your children, this is an absolutely critical thing that has to change. And I think people will tell me that it's complicated, it's difficult to do, and so on. I say if the same energy were deployed into that as is being deployed into an odorless, colorless gas, far more would be achieved. And moreover, what would be achieved would be a much more equal society with much less poverty. And economic metrics would follow from that. We also need a dramatic reprioritization of budget expenditure more generally. How can it be that in a country with the 3rd highest tax revenue to GDP in the world, we have children growing up in informal houses without access to water, without access to electricity, without access to sanitation? And how do we expect to attain any degree of equality later on in life when we deprive children of these most basic human rights, I would even go as far as saying? Structural reform of government assets has been covered. Natural resources, these belong to the people. They are not for the selected few. And the resource rents associated with those need to go to improving the lives of Namibians more generally, not to a handful of individuals. I think I'll go to my final comment, my final point now, which is to say, and perhaps on a lighter note, Boris Johnson famously said of Brexit that my policy on cake is pro-having it and pro-eating it. And I believe that my policy on Namibia is the same. But I think, like many, we're doubtful about whether these reforms that have been discussed today will actually be implemented. If they are, Namibia can be the shining light of the continent. It can be the Singapore of Africa. But it won't happen without material reform. This isn't scratching around at the edges. This is material, deep-cutting reform. And I think we have plenty of good examples in our immediate neighboring countries about how we can do better. The reform that we see in Angola over the last 2 years, 3 years, has been absolutely phenomenal. The same with regards to the general policy environment in Botswana. We don't have to look for new solutions for mega projects to resolve the situation that we find for us. We need to bite the bullet, show leadership, and do the deep cutting reforms that we know and have known about since the days of Stateless, Sherborne, Matinga, Kalili, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roland. We can see the passion demonstrated ably over the past 45 minutes. Let's get into the panel discussion, shall we? Let me now invite our various speakers. Salomo and Roland, please, that fight at the school, can we have it today, please? Salomo? Can we also invite Dr. Emma Hayambo, please? And last but not least, Mr. Sylvester Mbango. He's our Chief National Development Advice, responsible for macroeconomic planning at the National Planning Commission in the Office of the Presidency. And our moderator, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Postrik Mushindami. He's the Deputy Director of Macro Models and Financial Sector Development at the Bank of Namibia. Dr. Postrik. We earlier on had a discussion with Professor Hausman, and he won't be able to join us for this discussion. But I now hand you over into the capable hands of Dr. Postrik to moderate this panel discussion. Please also take note that your insightful contributions will be required later on. Dr. Postrik, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'll stand on the protocol already observed by my predecessor. Of course, we coming towards the end of our session, trying to put together a recovery plan for Namibia post-COVID. We have actually heard from our respective speakers. Of course, and this is actually the time that you have actually been waiting to interrogate the last three speakers, as well as our representative from government, Mr. Mbango Sylvester. Just to put a small, just to put in perspective and summarize what our various speakers have actually said. I think there are a few things that is coming out from the three speakers that, of course, they seem to be an agreement that actually resource mobilization. Of course, we have got a government that is actually constrained due to fiscal consolidation. Of course, it shouldn't actually be looked at in a bad light, but it's actually for the good of Namibia. And of course, we actually need a good resource mobilization strategy going forward. There seem to be consensus amongst the presenters in terms of the role that the private sector, in particular the SME, the small medium enterprise, have to play in terms of moving forward the Namibian economy. Of course, there is actually also a role for agriculture, both livestock and crop production, in terms of actually reducing our imports and also to tend to create employment for the masses. The issue of unemployment have actually been alluded to by nearly all our speakers. It's actually something that we're sitting with, and that was actually made worse by COVID. Of course, where there are minor differences in terms of the approach. In particular, if I may reflect on what the last speaker have actually ascribed to. His main approach is on efficiencies. Efficiency in terms of tax competitiveness, corporate reforms, labor market reforms. Of course, one key very important aspect that he touched on, which tend to, I think, also connect with the professor, is on the labor market reform. We cannot actually talk about growing the Namibian economy with the same, of course, we do have unemployment, but if we need to actually to attract foreign investment, there's actually a need also to invite foreign skills into the Namibian market. Of course, I'm not going to repeat everything. Perhaps as a starting point, let me give a few time to my presenters to, let me start with Mr. Salomo Hay. In terms, if you would actually, in 2 seconds, the short term, or should I say the hanging fruits, in terms, what do you foresee in terms of the recovery plans for Namibia? Perhaps one or two that you would want the House to move out with in terms of going forward. What do you foresee as the hanging fruits for the recovery of Namibia? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. I think I've spoken quite extensively on that. I even gave practical examples of facilities that could create jobs but are standing empty. And given the labor profile of the Namibian labor force, it's extremely difficult to move into these highly complex sectors. And I'll take this one also with Roland to the schoolyard and box it out there. But the point I'm really making is that agriculture is a labor absorptive sector. From an investment perspective that Roland sort of speaks to, the opportunity lies therein. You've got local demand that completely outstrips local production. So already investment can go into those sectors that are labor absorptive. I don't want us to speak about a Silicon Valley, because a Silicon Valley will not come tomorrow or today, and that's where the problems are. The problems are today. So in my view, agriculture, an improvement in funding towards these sectors, especially the SME in relation to agriculture, and through that, we can even improve the efficiencies that the export market needs to be competitive. I'm not saying that we will close down Namibia and be on our own, but I'm saying if we are able to improve efficiencies in Mahangu, for instance, why can't we export it? So low-hanging fruits, agriculture, targeted SME funding.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
I think let me be very brief so that I claw back some of the time I spent speaking before. But I think we have to kind of create that opportunity for people to replace lost work or the lack of work with creating their own opportunities. And I think that there's so many barriers to doing that at the moment. If you have to wait 3 months for a license and you've got no income, if you have to wait weeks to register a business and you have no income, if you have, if you need fitness certificates and it takes, weeks, months to get them and you have no income, these are huge barriers to people being able to help themselves. And I think that that's something that's of critical importance now. I don't believe in smart people, like my colleagues more than myself, picking winners. I just don't think that there's many examples of that working.
Thank you. Dr. Hayambo?
For me, like I said during my presentation, I think the SME sector for me is key. Our issue is unemployment, and really small and medium enterprises sector is what is going to help us create jobs in this economy. I also think the second thing that I think is necessary really is this whole thing of the informal sector. We need to start looking into it. We need to take lessons from Botswana, because if you leave a portion of your economy or your population behind, you are likely not to achieve your desired developmental goals. So for me, the informal sector is something that we really need to look into. Then I would like to agree with Salomo on agriculture, not only because the majority of our population depends on agriculture, but it's also important for food security. All of us need to ensure that we have food security in the economy. When COVID came and you went to the shops and you looked at those empty shelves, sometimes I think it got scary. So we need to do something about agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbangu. And of course, if you may also touch on what you see the role of government as well as policy coordination with the private sector going forward post-COVID. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I think in short, to answer to the first question, for me really it's to build trust for Namibia. One, with COVID itself, that if we could have the majority of our Namibians being vaccinated, not only that it will help us locally, but it will be able us to open. And even those, because we can open, but if there is no trust, there is no confidence, even those who are supposed to come and visit us, they will not be able to visit us. But also, the other element which we can do to revive our economy, without repeating what others have said, I think we should concentrate on SME. While the impact on the overall growth is small, but the benefit to the majority of the people, it's very important. Let me move to the second question, and I would like to dwell maybe a little bit there. For sure, I think if one have listened to the presentations here, I think it's converging to the issue of coordination. Whether you are talking of reforms and so on, I think you are converging on the issue of coordination and policy reforms. In a nutshell, really, for me, as a government, and what we are already doing, which we have to do better, is to bring all these issues which have been discussed. There are many studies, many elements which have been done, Harvard University, where I'm also involved, but other initiatives which have been presented today and even somewhere else, that we have to have a framework in which we have to bring this and prioritize our actions, and also one bullet will not solve everything. We need an integrated framework, and I can't see anything else than the framework in the time which we are talking about. We are talking about NDP 6, which can bring all other things together so that we can prioritize, but also we can agree even in the small differences which have come from this presentation. That is what NPC and with other institutions we are advancing. You have talked about the mobilization of resources. As government and other stakeholders, we have come with what we call development finance assessment. The report, you can Google on NPC or on UNDP website, you can get that report. It talks of some of the issues which has been presented here. For sure, the government space is limited now, but we have to leverage resources from all other sources. One, we have talked about the triple P. It was presented here. It's very articulated in that report. Maybe I can mention that Roland is the author, or one of the authors of that report. We are talking also, I think Emma talked about putting a dialogue framework. So those things that are articulated in that report, that's how we are coordinating the issue of mobilizing of resources. Coming out of that report, the thing which we are working now as government and all stakeholders is the term which is called Integrated National Financial Framework, where when we have identified these sectors and so on, we have to see what are those resources which can be mobilized optimally to address those to address those issues which are identified. Therefore, that process is ongoing. The last point which I want to say also, which relates to what the colleagues have mentioned, those who have talked about labor and the high employment in the country. As a country, we are working on what we call National Human Development Strategy, where we have to make sure that we have the skills which are needed in the country to advance the already existing sectors, but also even the sectors which we are anticipating in the future. We are talking of the fourth industrial revolution. But also that element which the colleagues has mentioned here of we have to have a balance where the skills which we don't have in the country, let us not strict because the promotion of investment will not come easily if we are so strict that the required critical skills, they cannot come into the country with the notion that this will replace our employment or domestic employment in the country. So we are working on that strategy in order to address most of the issues which have been said here. And that is in the form of coordination from government side. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbangu. Can I use this opportunity to invite comments, questions from the general public to our audience, to our panelists? Yes? Let's start with, yes, you can. You may actually use the mic if you can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Mia Kamov II. I just want to get an understanding from the panelists that in the context of where Namibia is, and also taking into account what the professor has said, I Googled his kind of angle on economic policy formulation. And he seemed to be talking about the practice of economic development. You know, some new issues about growth, diagnostics, original sin, self-discovery. I mean, these are new economic paradigms that I'm particularly quite surprised from the Harvard lab. And also the aspect on productivity task forces, which are actually ongoing. Now, as a policy maker in my past, I have also worked at the Bank of Namibia. Being a policy implementator now, you know, is on the part of governance and the executive. I'm trying to understand as to where we need to go practically and what we must do practically. Because most of the issues that has been highlighted here, and maybe Ronald, you did say it, is, I am afraid to say, we know them actually in the past, but with the variant of COVID, the post-COVID-19 discovery, now we are looking at new issues around digitalization, on agro-food processing, the e-commerce, and so on. So that's what I'm asking, practically where we can go. And I want to ask, sorry to pinpoint you, Ronald. I mean, you said, forget about green hydrogen and mining and so on. So, and then you said, let's do it broad-based. But the issue of broad-based element is about NEF, the new equitable economic empowerment framework. And this framework seems to have been hijacked by the element of racialism, which I think from a political economy point of view, seems to have lost its destructive, or how can I say, its focus from the purpose it's intended to achieve in terms of what you're saying, being broad-based, to being racial. And my conclusion also on that, and I can sense that there are honorable members of parliament here, I also want to get a sense, apart from the economics, the economic recovery, whether our political economic system in the country is supportive of the post-COVID recovery going ahead. Because all of us are talking together, we can do more, and we can do more with less, like Mr. Hay actually pointed out, and also Dr. Hayambo also pointed out in her presentation. So, practicality, say, less talk and more action. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and then let's take the first 3 questions.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the panelists. Speaking is Martin Nkumbi. Firstly, I just wanted to agree, I think with one of the speakers, it must have been Brown, who says that while this seminar is zooming in on the post-recovery, post-COVID-19, our economy has already been facing headwinds before that. And therefore, our intervention in the discussion today should be aiming at addressing maybe some of the fundamental structural economic challenges that that our economy is facing. We have heard that we have seen some growth, especially prior to COVID-19, but it seems this growth has been jobless. It seems it has been driven especially by the extraction sector, and not so much by the secondary sector, which is probably the value-adding sector, which could create a bit more employment. So we need to look at that. Now, I was also thinking, what could possibly drive investment in Namibia? We have been made to understand that maybe government has run out of capacity for further investment, for state-driven growth because of the level of debt we are experiencing at the moment. We have also learned of the level of household indebtedness for household investments. I think often we are left with FDIs, foreign direct investments, as potential pillar for growth for Namibia. But it seems FDIs are only interested in the extraction sector. The figures that we are hearing of FDIs coming to Namibia are going into the mining sector. They seem not to be going into the secondary sector, maybe not even in the primary sector where agriculture is. Should we drive FDIs, especially in the agricultural sector, maybe tertiary sector? But the question is also on our tertiary sector, the question is our economy perhaps too small and too open for its own good? It's a question, and maybe the panelists could comment or react to that. Would an international investor be interested in Namibia's tertiary sector, or they will only be interested in the extraction sector? will they be interested in the primary sector in Namibia, especially agriculture? Or should we, and if that is the case, that foreign investors will not be interested in our secondary sector, which could create employment for our people, what should we do? Should we maybe focus on demand, local demand, and I'm talking about local demand growth? In other words, do we need policy interventions, practical or pragmatic policy changes that will improve the preference of local consumption, or rather the consumption of local products? And through that, we will be able to support our own small industries and therefore our own local employment creation. That's really a question I'm having to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to the third.
Thank you very much. My name is Covert Muniaro from NUNW. First of all, I just have a few questions, possibly also some comments or solutions to what we want to achieve. My first worry is our education. Does our education curriculum produce people that are wanted or that are absorbable by the market? Or do we need to change our curriculum for the best in order for us to see how best we can improve in terms of post-COVID economic recovery? I think listening to all these experts and economists, I think that's now high time for us as a country to see whether we can reconcile the past with the present before we move the locomotive. Possibly to call all of you, the experts in economy, to provide us with a post-COVID recovery plans and systems. Also, as to how we are going to capacitate or train those that will be responsible for implementations of those plans, including monitoring systems thereof. Outlining challenges and opportunities for the future of this country is the best, first. Also, for us to identify the risk, because COVID is not ending. Did we possibly look into the issue as to how we will handle the health situation of this country in terms of the future health care of Namibia and the impact of COVID and what we want to recover the economy? How can we restart some of the engines that has been switched off by COVID in terms of employment or in terms of job creation? I have just put some few things that one needs to check. You see, when we need a capital injection, possibly to make loans affordable through our banks or through any institution that will be tasked to do that. How best can we promote PPP to involve all of our businesses? I'm mentioning that because of our tender processes. I'll give you an example of a tender of supplying food to the school hostels. 2.7 billion. It's a huge amount of money. 84 companies tendered. Maybe 5 or 6 were disqualified.
Sorry, can I interject?
So I just want to see how best can we share those tenders in order to promote the economy if we want to revive it.
Thank you.
Comrade, just give me 2 minutes, I will finish.
Okay, thank you.
We were called to come and contribute. I have been listening the whole day. You were patient to listen. I was patient to listen to you.
Thank you, thank you.
The issue of value addition, comrade, that's something that we need to consider highly, because the moment we consider value addition, more especially in our meat and our fish. I've been to Spain and checked what they add value to our fish. By producing medicines, lotions, flu medicines, omega-1 up to 6. This is tablets that we can do ourselves by adding value to that, including our meat and all those things. Except of exporting our cattle and bringing them back as polonies. I have so many things to say, comrade, because of your time, I will cut myself short.
Thank you very much. Let me give the opportunity to our panelists to respond. I think the last question was, the last is a bit loaded, I think. I hope my panelists have actually taken, have heard carefully. It touches on the skills, it touches on health, it touches on value additions. So it's a 3-in-1 question. Perhaps let me invite Mr. Brown to start with, because there was one particular question from Mr. Gaumap. Perhaps if you can actually start, and then you can also, once you are done, go in the other questions that have been raised. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I knew there'd be a question on NEF. I was surprised it was the first one, but I think it's perhaps a burning issue. I think the broad-based is something that not that many people will disagree with. Whether the policy direction is actually broad-based is a much bigger question. And I think you misquote me a little bit when you say I say we should throw out green hydrogen and stuff. That's not what I said. What I say is that they shouldn't take the prominent position in our recovery plan and in our general development plan for the country. They are things that are going to be beneficial to the country, as is a Rossing, a B2Gold, etc. But they're not a silver bullet to the problem of unemployment, especially youth unemployment, this intergenerational inequality, etc. So I think that's just an important side. When it comes to the broad-based, I don't think, I've yet to come across, and I'm sure that they are out there because they're people, with strange ideas all over, but I've yet to come across people who are opposed to the idea of a broad-based empowerment system. I think that a lot of the pushback that you've seen around NEF is more around the fact that it says empowerment on the front page, but there's a big question mark about whether it actually achieves it in the subsequent portions of the legislation or proposed legislation. I think that's the big question mark. And I can only really look at this from an economic perspective and say, what's currently in the document, I believe will be net detrimental to the economy and to employment. There will be some people who benefit from it, so obviously you'll have some people who will be very in favor, and there'll be some people who who lose as a result of it, who will be opposed, written as it is. But I think just through a pure economic lens, without trying to have personal bias or anything involved, which is obviously impossible, but trying my best to do that, I think it's very unlikely that the legislation written as is would achieve that broad-based objective. But I think the broad-based objective is obviously very desirable. The question on most of these things is not so much what is the intention, but how do you find the road to achieving that, or the objective, but how do you find the road to achieving that objective and find the right one that's not where good intentions are so often led. So I think that that's probably the best I can do on the first question. I think the second question was Martin. Martin, you always ask difficult questions. You need to ask that over coffee where we have time to think and bounce ideas around and so on. But I think if I look at that and combine it with some of the comments from the third gentleman, I think that there is in principle a desire to invest in primary and secondary industries in Namibia from external parties as well as domestic parties. But much like with the value addition of fish or beef or whatever it happens to be, there's a number of limiting factors around input costs. And when you're producing something that's ultimately a kind of commodity output, you either need to be able to sell that commodity output at a higher price than a market price, which is obviously detrimental to consumers, or you need to somehow reduce the input costs in such a way that that commodity can be produced competitively. And I think that's a big challenge that you see in Namibia generally. So, I mean, we've got, I think after Eswatini, we've got the highest power costs in the region. And that's one example of many. We've got relatively high non-tax costs of doing business. We've got relatively uncompetitive commercial tax rates. We've got relatively high unit labor costs, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a whole lot of input challenges when it comes to this. The higher unit labor costs are a combination of high wages and low productivity. So you've got a whole lot of different challenges when it comes to investing into these things in a profitable manner, which is obviously what investors are looking to do. And I think, again, if you want to do kind of broad-based reform in order to make it easier to invest and do business in the country, trying to do kind of broad-based, come up with broad-based solutions to those broad-based problems is a key part of the solution. And you can see this, I mean, this is now a decade ago, more than a decade ago, but when we were doing the industrial strategy for the country, or whatever the document was called, at the end of the day. But when we were doing that strategy, we went around the country and spoke to huge numbers of different types of businesses and different business people, different strata in terms of size, different locations, all sorts of things. There were like 10 common problems, and then 5 or 6 unique problems for different sectors and so on. But those 10 common problems are the types of things I've just mentioned. And I think if you want to get investment into those secondary and primary industries, you need to address some of those problems.
Thank you. Mr. Hay, perhaps you want to touch
Yes.
on the aspect of the education system and skills?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Maybe I'm also going to touch on the practical solutions that Mr. Gauma spoke to. Now, Mr. Gauma, again, I'm sorry to pick on you here, but you are the chairperson of Fish Corps. This is the only country in the world that have got a coastline and doesn't have a fish market. You go to Wolfish Bay, there's no fish market. There's no place in Wolfish Bay where they're just selling fish. Those are practical solutions. We need to establish fish markets so that you've got those that drive onto the sea with a motorbike, go get the fish, have our people be able to use that in the informal market that we are working on. So those are some of the practical solutions. The issue around broad-based, I don't want to descend into that arena, but I think Mr. Nkumbi hit the nail right on its head in relation to where's this FDI going and where should it go? I think the inability to attract investment in those sectors is because we don't have a base. We don't have industries in those areas. So hypothetically, an investor, and like Roland said, he doesn't come with pointed shoes and a bag of money. But what is he coming to invest in locally in those sectors? Which company, who operates in those sectors? What base have we built outside of Pupkovitz in relation to, say, providing building materials? So we need to establish that base, and we need to establish that base even in the agri-sector. And once we do that, I think there would be bases to attract investment, whether it move into value addition or expansion plans or transfer of skills or whatever it is, to be able to extend that sector or that particular company in that area of operations. The issue around education, Mr. Munyaro, yes, the VTCs are becoming quite critical in where we are going. To what extent do we have those linkages between VTCs and job opportunities, or even business opportunities? I always make the example that if you go to Katutura, here by the old compound, there's activities going on there. Burglar bars, doors, cars, whatever it is. To what extent are we upskilling and upscaling those areas of focus? Whether you link them to trainees at VTC or whatever it is. To what extent do we have construction companies taking up plumbers that we're getting from the VTCs? So it's not necessarily that you need to have a degree and study economics to be able to make something out of your life. I think there's a bigger value add in some of those vocational training centers. So it's also how we bridge the curriculum to maybe accommodate, because we've got too many people falling through the cracks at the grade 10 level. Maybe that's the bridge where they need to divert into the vocational training center. I think I'll stop here, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mbangu and perhaps Dr. Hayambo. There was a question regarding to what is the commitment of government in terms of diversification of the economy post-COVID, perhaps through the Harvard Lab. You want to respond to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think by answering that one, I think I'll attempt to answer the question from Mr. Gawamap. Where do we want to go? I think Vision 2030 is very clear. As a country, where do we want to go? We want to be an industrialized country which enjoys prosperity and where people enjoy their life, but also developed by its own human resource. That's where we want to go. And how do we go there? From the past experience, we have seen what the presenter have said, that our economy has not been transformed. For now, what is a priority is that how do we transform our economy? What does it mean to transform our economy? We need an economy which has a high growth. But that growth should not be just a growth, it should be a growth which is inclusive. Yes, that's where we want to go. Now, what we are contemplating now is that roadmap to go there where we want to go. We know now which is our challenge. According to the study which the professor has presented here, and where I think we are, there's an agreement also with other presenters like Roland, it's that investment, it's a key to one of those, to go to that area. Yes, the Harvard study acknowledges that our investment in the past has been in the extractive sector. Then it comes with the point that, look, for Namibia to transform, you have a steep road to undertake. For you to jump from less complicated products to more complicated products, it will take you time. Therefore, recognize where you have already developed some capacities. Yes, we have been the moderator said I should not preach. All right. Yeah, let me finish that point. Let us use the capacities which we have already created and then move to other more complicated issues. I could give the example in mining, yes, where you could move to making some chemicals and so on, which are related to mining, and you move this value chain. I'll leave it there. I just want to answer on the issue of local demand. In short, the local demand is really small, but we don't say that we should not utilize that. There are schools, there are army barracks, and so on. We have put it in NDP 4, in NDP 5, that we should utilize that. But it will not be sufficient. Therefore, we should be outward looking. Hence, this investment. Chair, I wanted to, just one point on that also relating to investment. That's where the small difference from what Mr. Lowland is advocating and the Harvard study, where the Harvard study says, why can't we identify the sectors and then promote those sectors? And Mr. Lowland is saying, look, don't select, just make the conducive right and invite any other investment which can come. So this is going forward. We have to find the way forward there. I'll leave it there. On education, let me just say that really the curriculum has changed now. I think let us give it a chance to be implemented. I don't want to speak on behalf of the Minister of Education, but we have changed the curriculum. Let us implement it. Otherwise, it will be like this turn-around strategy for parastatal, turn around, then you get confused, you don't know where you are going. So let us give that chance to education. I would carry on, but let me give chance to others. Thank you.
2 seconds, Dr. Hayambo.
2 seconds. Yeah, I think my colleagues have responded to all of those questions. Just one addition in terms of where do we want to go and what do we need to do. I think we know where we want to go and we know what we practically have to do as well. As we were talking here this morning, I was actually asking myself, even when I was preparing my presentation, I was looking at those things that I was proposing here today. And really, like I mentioned during my presentation, there is nothing new. Everything that we have said here, we have said before. So for me, what we need to do is, and it's true, for those that have been criticizing Namibia in terms of implementation, I think we need to start implementing. We have planned enough. We have strategies, we have identified strategies. But if you go back and see what is it that we have implemented, I think there is much for us to do still. So I think we need to take deliberate actions. From what I have been reading and hearing, those that have made progress are countries that have really taken deliberate decisions and deliberate actions. So we need to start going that route. In addition to the education issue, if you allow me, on the education, I've taken note of what Salomo said on VTC, and it's true, VTCs are important. We need to see how we probably empower the VTCs and how we make use of the skills that are coming out of there. But there is space for all the other type of education, for instance. And what I wanted to say there is, in terms of the curriculum, what should be happening is that there has to be constant engagements between the tertiary institutions or training institutions and industry if we are to make sure that what is produced is really what the market or industry needs. If I can take an example of the financial sector, we started planning 2019 in the financial sector. There is a program that is ongoing, for instance, where, first of all, we identified what the needs are, or the gaps in the financial sector in terms of skills needs. And then we went and developed a plan. And that plan was developed by the financial sector in conjunction with the training institutions. So currently where we are supposed to be piloting that plan now. A few courses have been identified. I just wanted to say that is probably the approach that we should follow, so that we ensure that what is produced is really what is needed by the market. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we're gonna conclude this session here, and I want to thank the presenters for their engagement as well as time. Thank you. I'm handing over to the main facilitator, Mr. Israel Zambruga.
Thank you so much, Dr. Postwick. A round of applause to our panel. It's past lunchtime, and therefore we are just, in the interest of time, trying to get things moving so that we can conclude and make sure that we have met the objectives of this seminar. What we would like you to do, those of us that have burning issues, please, we have an evaluation form in front of you there. Just pen and crystallize your ideas and then submit them to us, because what we'll do after this seminar is we'll gather all of those views and package them together, and as part of the way forward and the engagements that the bank will continue to have with policymakers, we'll make sure that those issues are addressed at those particular platforms. So our apologies for those with really, really burning issues. In the interest of time, we are unable to accommodate that. For now, let me just invite our Deputy Governor, Ms. Leonie Dunn, to deliver the vote of thanks, and then after that, we'll conclude the event. Ms. Dunn, the floor is yours.
Director of Ceremonies, I stand on the protocols already established in the interest of time, and I greet you all good afternoon. It is an honor for me to stand here and express our sincerest appreciation to all of you for the time you have taken out of your very busy schedules to attend this important gathering of great minds aimed at finding homegrown solutions to respond to the unique problems our country is currently facing. True, journeys of 1,000 miles always start with single steps, but our reality is to take deliberate steps in an accelerated manner to realize the economic change we all so critically want to see and that is so critically needed. The significance of today's event cannot be overemphasized. It has created a platform where we could engage one another and exchange views pertinent to tackling Namibia's key socio-economic issues, especially in the wake of the economic downturn the country faced, as well as the recent unprecedented global experiences of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now that the COVID-19 infections, hospitalization, and death rates are declining in Namibia, despite the vaccine hesitancy, to us the time is most opportune to be proactive and strategize on the road ahead and fast-track our nation's economic recovery by all means possible and necessary, capitalizing on broad-based recovery incentives, low-hanging fruits, and also from winners already identified. The deliberations that took place here today have clearly demonstrated that in times like these, where we currently are, there is great need for events of this nature that nurture cooperation, coordination, and common understanding amongst all stakeholders, so as to collectively and effectively tackle the challenges faced. Collective ownership of challenges plus collective ownerships of solutions can only produce winning results for the greater good of Namibia and her people. It is certainly no coincidence that we handpicked individuals such as yourself who are subject and industry experts to help us navigate the way forward and accelerate post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Your brilliant minds at display today and your brilliant contributions to platforms such as these hold the key, in our most humble view, to Namibia's economic recovery and growth. I would like to echo the words of our governor and the various speakers that spoke today, that indeed the most critical element that can be relied upon to help grow the Namibian economy is the collective efforts from both the private and public sector stakeholders. It is the collective effort that will assist us as a nation to navigate our way to economic recovery through the various broad-based interventions, including stakeholders' dialogues, to boost the needed investor confidence in order to attract both foreign as well as domestic investments to stimulate the growth needed. Having followed the deliberations here today, there is no doubt in my mind that all of us will join hands to do what is required to revive the Namibian economy, including availing our collective investments to the domestic market. We are doing this for Namibia by Namibians. The important thing that I've noted sitting here today is that we have the potential to grow the economy. The solutions are right in front of us. We have what it takes. We heard that we have what it takes as a country. We do not need the criticism. We need the collective effort, the zeal not to give up, to say we are doing this for Namibia and her people. We need to do what is necessary, and we need to take what was deliberated here today and further work thereon to make sure that we have concrete results that we can all capitalize on. Further reflecting on today's deliberations, the following highlights were key to us. Targeted investment promotion is one area that was repeated by most of our speakers today. It's true, and we all know, that investments can stimulate a country's economic development and create a more conducive environment for companies, investors, small and medium enterprises to survive in this economy. Not only can investments add to investable resources and capital formation, but perhaps more important, it is also a means of allowing Namibia to capitalize on production, the importation of technology and active use of technology, skills, innovative capacity, and organizational and managerial practices that we can align ourselves to be amongst the globally recognized. We can also access international marketing networks if we capitalize on Namibia's digital capability. It is therefore important that as Namibia, we find a way that promote investment into our country by all means necessary. However, we also need to ensure that this investment carries the desired returns that Namibia is yearning for. Investments must be able to create much needed jobs. It must build desired infrastructure, such as technological infrastructure, and it must be able to better the lives of all Namibians. Other than that, why are we calling for the investments, either from our local sources or from the foreigners that are willing to invest in our country? Therefore, the policies have to be clearly defined to facilitate this. Additionally, there should be accountability, not only for the local and the foreign investors, but making sure government's investment can be accounted for and the returns on those investments are created, are realized, and are there for the betterment of our country. The importance of small and medium enterprises, the informal economy, to the Namibian economy was also highlighted. We all know the very valuable roles small and medium enterprises, as well as the informal economy, play in our bigger economic structure. Therefore, we must make sure that whatever we're going to realize as investment, we direct specific incentives to support the small and medium enterprises. And as far as the informal economy is concerned, that we create avenues to allow them to partake in and be absorbed by the formal economy. Just the fact that your business module is very easy, simplified, unregulated, does not mean you don't have a place at the table. You surely have a place at the table, and you can assist in driving the impact we so critically need. Another important factor that came from today's deliberations is the required skill set needed to grow the Namibian economy. In order for the country to derive fully its economic benefit and potential, as far as the tertiary sector is concerned, which is a potential important driver of growth, we need to focus on our education, and we need to upskill to capitalize on a long-term benefit that can be brought about by the tertiary industry. But the reality of the now is our unskilled labor workforce. So what should we do? We had clearly create an absorbent environment where our unskilled or grade 10 skilled employees can be taken up and absorbed into, to allow them this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become an active member of our formal economy and contribute, be it through taxes, be it through just their purchasing power in assisting our secondary industries, etc. So we need to allow this to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my sincere hope that the deliberations that took place today will be taken forward and will become actionable targets with measurable and tangible results. It should not just result in another talk, another idea sharing. We want to see clear, direct action from today's discussion. And we can do so by focusing on internally at all our respective mandates, how we can bring about those results. We need to pull together our areas of expertise, our spheres of influence, and provide all that is necessary to help our country's economy to grow and prosper. Let me therefore take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the invaluable contributions made by all of you in setting the course of discussions today. I would like to single out our speakers and panelists today, Dr. Ayambo, Professor Ricardo Hausman, Mr. Salomo Hay, Mr. Rowland Brown, as well as Mr. Sylvester Mbango, and everyone that posed a question, be it on the virtual platform, be it at the meeting today. The deliberations today and the questions posed allowed us to reflect on how best to fast-track our national aspirations towards economic recovery. We would also like to thank the media, our most trusted partner, who always helps us to take the message out to Namibia, that all is not doom and gloom, there is hope, and that hope has been created here. And truly we will leave no stone unturned to realize what is realizable, resulting from today's discussion. We trust that you will take this message to all corners of Namibia, and where questions are existing within the Namibian nation, please do not hesitate to reach out to Mr. Israel Demaruka and his team to assist us to answer that to you with the assistance of our stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, since its inception, the Bank of Namibia has delivered on its mandate of ensuring monetary and financial stability. This is a mandate we have no plans to waver on. We're going to deliver all the time. I would like to reassure you that the bank will continue to deliver and to have conversations such as that witnessed today with all of you, relevant industry players, in pursuit of the attainment of economic recovery and prosperity for all Namibians. We thank our governor, the Bank of Namibia, for his unwavering commitment to ensure that the Bank of Namibia, as part of its mandate, plays a role in rallying stakeholders around the single goal of assisting the country's economic recovery. He always reminds us, never allow the train to leave the station and you are not on it. So he keeps us on our toes, and he will make sure that the discussions of the day today really does bear the fruit that we are yearning for. He believes that when all stakeholders fully comprehend the magnitude of the challenge we face and subordinate their sectoral interests to the national interest, our battle will be half won. What remains thus is to help turn the tide by implementing key strategies and initiatives that will result in economic restoration and long-term growth. We acknowledge our governor and the entire team at the Bank of Namibia that works tirelessly to make this a reality. We also thank our government, our private sector stakeholders, members from civil society, as well as the nation at large that stands behind us to make this possible. In closing, allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to extend on behalf of the Bank of Namibia our sincere gratitude to all of you for gracing us with your presence and for your invaluable contributions during the deliberations. We wish you a most productive afternoon and look forward to re-engage you at the first opportune time. We thank you very much.